Altcoin bag holders, my name is Rafael Yeager. I am addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust. They won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single digits.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Altcoin Season Tour, Episode 3. I am your host, Rafael, and today we have a very interesting topic and a very special guest today, because the topic of today is XRP coin or misunderstood. And today we are having a very special guest, Mr. Matt Hamilton. He is a Ripple dev. I'm just going to put that up on the screen so I could show you who he is and give a little intro about who he is. And hold on, y'all give me a little bit. Oopsies. And so you can see him, Mr. Matt Hamilton. So he's a dev, previously with Asimov Protocol, Arbitrum, Protocol Labs, Bit&Sword, Ripple, and IBM developer. So he's someone obviously with a very strong background, with a very solid foundation. And today we are going to be discussing XRP's value prop. And before we go into that, we're just going to go into some of the first things that we do. Yeah, we're going to catch up, get ourselves rounded up about some crypto news that's been going on, because what's up, crypto? Yeah, so oh my god, I didn't share my screen. I shared my screen, but then I didn't add it to stage. So okay, I'm gonna just do the intro of Matt Hamilton again. So this is Matt Hamilton. He'll be joining us today in about 18 minutes. He is, he was previously the dev. I think this means he was previously dev at Asimov Protocol. Was a dev at Arbitrum, Protocol Labs, Bit&Sword, Ripple, and IBM. So yeah, I didn't show that before on screen, but now you can see him. And I'm really looking forward to have a wonderful conversation with him. So what's been up, crypto? So very good news, which I'm sure every single person already knows. We're gonna be having an influx of a lot of altcoin ETFs. Shout out to the SEC and Gary. I'm sorry. I'm still used to Gary Gensler being the SEC chair. Well, shout out to those at the SEC chair. For creating this new ETF listing standards. For better or for worse, it means that we will now be getting a lot of altcoin ETF. So I'm just gonna do a little bit of welcoming. So welcome everybody. Y'all could drop a comment in the chat if you're from LTC community or if you are from XRP community. So you guys drop a comment in the chat. So I'm gonna know if armies are here, because I'm not seeing any army here. Army, where are y'all? Where's everybody? Okay. I'm waiting for the armies to flock here. I want to see armies come support XRP. Let's go, XRP army. Yeah. Apparently, there's a lot of because when I made the post, I saw a lot of armies shit comments, and there were a lot of really negative comments from Army. So I'll be expecting to see a lot of that from the Army. Welcome here, Mr. Same. Welcome here, Mr. Same. Welcome, wherever you're from. XRP Army, LTC community. What's up, Johnny Litecoin? Johnny Litecoin's in the building right now. Everybody, welcome Johnny Litecoin. Welcome, Johnny Litecoin. Every single person, drop a comment. Let's see. Let's know who's rep more here. Jacob Torres, let's go, Army. Yeah. Now I'm seeing some Army energy right now. Yeah, it's getting together. Yeah, I'm seeing the Army line up. Yeah, so this is gonna be very fantastic. So just to go over a little bit of something before I introduce the debate, I want to talk about if you guys like this t-shirt that I'm wearing, it's a cool Litecoin t-shirt. If you like it, then you can actually get it at 84 million. This is not sponsored, by the way. So if you want to get cool LTC merch like this, you should follow 84 million. You go to 84million.com. This is your page on X. You can go to 84million.com, and then they have a shop there where you can go purchase really nice Litecoin hoodie. Yeah. So in case you end up liking Litecoin after this stream, you can go get some cool merch at 84 million shop. And in case you end up hating Litecoin as well, you can go get some Litecoin merch as well, so you can you can shit on it more, So yeah, it's cool. So get your cool Litecoin merch at 84 million.com. So in case you guys don't know who I am, my name is Raphael. I run the Flipping Finance podcast, the Flipping Finance. Hello, Flipify from yo, Caesar, welcome, Caesar. Welcome, Caesar. So in case you guys don't know me, I am Raphael. I'm a Litecoiner and the owner of the Flipping Finance, the #1 Gen Z financial media page. Yeah, so our focus is trying to encourage education and, conversation across, the crypto space. Yeah, that's what we're trying to promote. And we're trying to onboard the next generation of Gen Z into cryptocurrencies, into Web3, into this space in a way where they're both, they're educated in a way that's fun, right? In a way that is actually representative of the Gen Z culture. So that's what the Flipping Finance page is for. So I'm just going to show that on the screen real quick so that you guys can, see that. So in case you want to, in case you want to join us, we host the altcoin season tour every single, every Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays. It was supposed to be yesterday, but I had a soccer match, so I decided to shift it to Sunday. So yeah, it's normally Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays for the altcoin season tour. And it's what we do with the altcoin season tour. We explore some of the largest cryptocurrencies in the top 200. We connect with your communities, just like we're doing today with XRP, and we try to have these difficult conversations, right, that most people are not really interested in having, right? We try to have these conversations, and we try to, break the ice, melt the communities together, and, we can sort of like create this beautiful culture where we can all communicate, we can all talk about what we want to talk about, and we can be better educated about these critical cryptocurrency related topics while also remaining entertained. So that is what we do every Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays on the altcoin season tour. So of course you have to go follow me right now so you can actually, so you wouldn't miss out on the other episodes. There's going to be 84 episodes in total. Today is XRP, tomorrow's going to be Casper. We're going to be talking about Solana and every single coin in the top 200, the ones you love, the ones you hate. We're going to be exploring all of them, the ones with actual communities, right? So some type of coins are definitely not going to be talked about. So yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm just gonna welcome more people to the stream. Welcome. If you're joining us, let's know. 1 month down, 11% EU. The flag. Y'all are funny, man. Everybody, y'all are funny. I love the fact that like we can all like engage in some hubris. We can all like engage in some banter, right, from time to time. So welcome. Let me drop a comment. Let me know where you're from. Are you XRP? Are you LTC? Let me know where you are from. So drop a comment. Let's go. Yeah, man. Let's have a good debate. That's the point, right? This is the the Flash says let's have a good debate, man. I hope everyone makes it, including LTC. Yeah, that's the point. The point of this debate is not to tear anybody down, right? We're just having a conversation, and that's it. So I see that there's a lot of fanfare going on, on X, where some people are like, "Oh, you're gonna take him down. Oh, rip him apart." Oh no, that's not what this debate is for. This is just us having fun conversation to educate and entertain ourselves, so we can know better, right? And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter which magical internet money you support. At the end of the day, we are all hoping for the same thing, right? We're all hoping that our magic internet monies go up in value, and we can sort of like better our finances while pushing for further support of whatever magic internet money we support at the end of the day. So right now, this is this is 4:20, and we are just gonna introduce the debate. So I'm gonna give a little rundown on what the debate is about, what we're actually talking about, and I'll be inviting our special guests today. So the point of today's debate, right? The topic of today's debate is what XRP's value proposition is, and this is what I mean by that. Now, again, this is a very honest debate. When I started researching crypto, by the way, I understood the whole concept of Bitcoin being money. Yeah, I get it. The whole concept of Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, Monero, proof of work coins with fair distribution, because it's very straightforward, right? And I understood that that part. And then I understood the part of Ethereum and Solana, where you get these tokens, you get to stake them, you earn rewards, you participate in government, and all of these things, yeah. And I sort of got that part. And one of the ones I'm having a problem with is XRP, because again, I just want to remind everybody, this is not a debate against whether or not XRP Ripple is succeeding as a company or whether or not they are making strides as a company, but more of a debate on how any of these things that are happening to Ripple can actually translate into value for the XRP token. Because at the end of the day, a lot of people get caught up in their minds, and they're looking at market cap and they're looking at price, and they forget that at the very foundation of it all are tokens or coins or things that are supposed to be some sort of transferable value, right? Some sort of value holding asset. And there has to be a fundamental backer of that value holding proposition. And so that's the point of these conversations. That's the point of these debate. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. And in about 8 minutes, we will be inviting our special guests to the stage. So rally up, you guys! Share the stream. If you're a Litecoiner, keep sharing the stream. If you're an XRP army, keep sharing the stream. Let everybody join in. Let us support our own communities. Let us enjoy this conversation. Let us enjoy this debate. And so, oh yeah, so this is an interesting comment from Johnny Litecoin. He said, exactly, Ripple, the company, is doing some good things, but XRP, the token, is not being used, and the banks will not use XRP, nor will the general public. Well, that's actually my sentiment as well, and that's what I'm actually hoping that we actually get to dissect properly in this stream. Yeah, we want to understand how we can sort of like get it, because okay, I don't want to go into the points, right? I don't want to get ahead of the argument. I don't want to get ahead of the debate. So I'm just going to reserve further comments for, the debate itself. So this is It Just Works LTC. I'm buying 32,569 XRP. If they can explain to me how they lost those ledgers. Okay, we're going to be talking about that. Again, our special guest today, he's a very wonderful person from what I've seen. I've gone through his page. I've done a little bit of my little background check. He's a really fantastic guy. And, I'm hoping we're going to be able to address all of this. We're going to be able to dive into some of this. Hopefully, we're able to at least walk away with some better information, right? We gain more knowledge than we previously, had. And that's the whole point. That's what I'm actually hoping for. I want to see more army comments. I'm only seeing from the LTC guy. Yeah. Okay, this is from Rad IV Rad4. XRP doesn't use UTXO loss ledgers equals to non-burger to anyone who can understand this tech. Okay, I'm hoping Matt can actually address that in about 6 minutes. Gotta give credit to XRP for fighting the SEC. Yes, I give a lot of credit to Ripple, right, for fighting SEC. But that's still something we're gonna talk about. Yeah. At the end of the day, victory against the SEC does not also equate to total regulatory clarity, because for what I know, XRP is not still considered commodity by the CFTC. But again, these are things we're going to be talking about in about 5 minutes. I want to see more army comments. Okay, more army comments. I want to see more. Oh yeah, and that's a good point from Johnny. Johnny said, yeah, that's true. But the company that fought SEC. Ripple, the company for the SEC, a decentralized token shouldn't have to fight the SEC, which I totally agree with. And hopefully, we're going to be able to get answers to this from our guests today. I want to see more XRP army. Where are the XRP army? There was so much fanfare, so much vibrance in the community, so much, when I made the post, but I'm not really seeing a lot of XRP army engagement here. I need to see more XRP, engagement here. So one of the things that I just want to point out is the fact that XRP, I'm really happy about the fact that I'm not gonna lie, the fact that XRP has been performing well in its price. Yeah. And one of the interesting things about XRP is that when it wasn't performing well in its price, we were not seeing a lot of people with all of this fanfare for XRP, right? Back then, if you talked about XRP, just under 2 years ago, right? If you said anything about XRP, it's like, oh yeah, it's Dino, it's dead, it's blah blah blah, and here we are. XRP, performing very very well, and did this nice little breakout and looks primed for more upside movement. So props to XRP token for that great price performance. In about 4 minutes, we will be commenting the debate. So I want you guys to share the stream as much as possible. I want all the armies here. I want all the LTC, I want all the LTC, community. I want everybody here. We're going to have this wonderful conversation. So, I'm hoping that as much of the communities can actually come together. So yes, share the stream, repost the stream, everywhere that, as much as you want, repost the stream. I want to see more people, join the stream, And one fun fact about Litecoin, do you guys know that Litecoin is the longest running blockchain without a downtime? I don't know if you guys know that, but Litecoin is the longest running concurrent blockchain. For example, Bitcoin has experienced two downtimes before, at least two major downtimes. One in August 15th and another one in March 11 to 12, 2013. And the one in 2013 was about 6 hours long, which is actually quite interesting, right? And then there are a few minor downtimes here and there. It doesn't threaten the Bitcoin network's general security and overall reliability, but it's just a fun fact that I thought like it was important that I mentioned, right? Because it just shows how extra reliable Litecoin, the network, has been over the past 14 years without experiencing a single downtime. So that is remarkable. So yeah, in the next 2 minutes, we will be inviting our special guest into the stream, and we're going to be having a wonderful conversation. So I guess I'm just going to bring him in so that we can do a little bit of we could set the ground rules for how this conversation is going to go, and then we could just start at the 4:30 mark. So everybody, give it up, give a round of applause. I don't know how that's going to happen, but give it up to our special guest, Mr. Matt Hamilton. Mr. Matt Hamilton, welcome to the stage. It's an absolute honor to have you on stage today. It's so great that
I'm muted. Okay. Hello. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, sorry, I'm set out on my patio, so I don't have my regular microphone in that with me because I'm doing some work in my office at the moment and it's a complete mess. So I'm here, but hopefully you can hear me okay.
Oh, okay, I can hear it. It's perfect. I mean, I can't hear any I can't hear any obstructions to the microphone quality. I can hear you just perfect. So I guess it's perfect. We can actually have a conversation. So I'm looking forward to having a very fantastic conversation with you. Like I said before in our DMs, the point of this conversation is not to like debate you or trying to own each other or whatever combative nonsense that people generally do in debates. We're gonna try to go over some of these points. We're gonna get our points over, talk about our disagreements, and just have a very, very calm, respectful discourse that with the goal of leaving everyone a little bit more educated and a little more entertained. I don't know if that's fine by you.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so I have a little structure to the debate, if you mind. So that the debate doesn't go rowdy, I would actually love that we both have 5 minutes at first to give our like opening points, right? I give my objections to, or I present my point to why I feel XRP is not does not have any fundamental value. You can give your rebuttals, and then we go to a 40 minutes after I give a 5 minutes. I give my point for 5 minutes. You give your rebuttal for 5 minutes, and then we'll go into a 40 minutes general conversation where we get to like talk about this more in depth. And so we get to close with 5 minutes of closing remarks each, if that's fine by you.
Oh, sounds good.
Okay, so I want to also state that interruptions are generally allowed, but if we want to interrupt, we can just put our hands up so the other person can give green light, and so we can have a more, again, less friction in this conversation. Is that fine?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. So let's go. So this is the debate. The debate is starting now. So my point and the whole idea of this debate is I've been trying my best, okay, to classify cryptocurrencies, yeah. And I've been able to see, make a classification from my own, attempt to understanding what this space is about, in a way that, like, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Monero, and all of these proof of works that were, fairly distributed, I can sort of classify them as money. And, Ethereum, Solana, and all of these other things, proof of stake chains that allow for staking, and, all of these active, DeFi participations, I can sort of classify them as useful tokens for their networks, right? I sort of like understand that. But my problem has been with understanding what XRP is about, because for one thing, I've been seeing that the Ripple, the company, has been doing a lot of great stuff. I mean, I've been seeing I checked some statistics, and did a little bit of my digging, and I see that although Ripple is not anywhere close to replacing Swift, it doesn't still take away from the fact that a lot of banks have been adopting the Ripple network. However, a lot of them are only using they're only using they're not using XRP itself, so they're using the Ripple network in a way that doesn't allow that doesn't necessarily affect the XRP tokens themselves. And so in this case, I wonder how that should translate to value for XRP itself. Yeah. And my second problem with XRP, which actually should have been my first problem with XRP, is tokenomics. And what I personally believe, from what we have seen in history, I mean, the way money is generally evolved, right? There's this general fair process of distribution. If you can think about anything that has actually been, a monetary instrument in history, right? Think about gold, think about silver, think about copper, and this other things that have been used to transact and trade values, calories, precious stones, gems, all of that. These things are all naturally occurring, right? So by inherence, they were all fairly distributed, right? They're not being issued by anybody. And so this is what makes things like Bitcoin and Litecoin money, because they were issued through this totally fair process of mining, and there was no pre-mine that was given to either of the founders. Either Satoshi never took a pre-mine, Charlie never took a pre-mine, and by extension, they've been able to grow their network in a way that is very organic, and that is why I can sort of see these things as money. thanks to the fact that their tokenomics employed this totally fair distribution process. But it's not the same with XRP, where they pretty much created all the XRP tokens, sold some to private sales, and they kept a lot of it, most of it, for themselves, and they've just been selling to fund Ripple's development. And so I cannot see how I can actually classify that as store of value money the same way I can actually classify something like Bitcoin and Litecoin. So yeah, I have a problem with XRP on the tokenomics. And also a few more things, but I'm going to talk about those ones as we as the conversations progress. And so what I want to know is how XRP can actually command any form of fundamental value when these things definitely make it not qualify. These things actually do not allow it to be qualified as money, right? So I want to understand what values can how we can actually classify XRP, how we can actually describe XRP's value on a fundamental level, and that's the whole point of it. So over to you. I mean, you could talk about your.
Yeah, sure. It seems like the network occasionally is dropping out a little bit here, but I think we're okay. So my rebuttal on some of those points there, and we'll go into them a little bit sort of further on. But let's start with a few things. Let's start with initial distribution, right? So the initial distribution of XRP was that it was put in a public open wallet, right? So XRP, the token, the network, the XRP ledger was created before Ripple, the company, existed. The founders that created the original XRP ledger then went on to create Ripple, in the same way that Bitcoin developers then went on to build, create Blockstream, people like Adam Back and things like that, and Charlie within Litecoin, sort of going on. So it's the distribution. All of the XRP that was initially created, 100 billion XRP, it's a finite amount, it's a fixed amount, no more can be created, was all put in a public wallet that anybody can access, right? So if you were around at the time, you could go and claim some XRP freely available from there, right? So the developers claimed a bunch and gave it to this new startup they're creating called Ripple. Now, at the time, it was worth nothing. Now, Bitcoin existed, XRP was the second blockchain to be created. Litecoin came along shortly afterwards, I believe, and as a a fork effectively of Bitcoin code base. And the point being is that with XRP, the value at the time was nothing, right? I mean, it wasn't worth anything. So anybody could take it. At that time, there weren't the rules that we have now. There weren't the economics we have now. I mean, you're looking at you say intrinsic value. Well, the XRP ledger's sort of total market cap, depending upon how you calculate it, is between 170 billion if you just count, what is circulating, to 360, 380 billion if you count, the total amount, right? Which is, what's that? Several orders of magnitude more than what Litecoin is, right? So the intrinsic value is determined by the market, right? If it's not worth anything, nobody's going to be buying it, right? The market ultimately is the arbiter of value. They determine whether something is value or not. Litecoin, Bitcoin, XRP, they are all ephemeral tokens. They all exist, ones and zeros, and computers around the world. It's not like lumps of gold or aluminium or silver or something like that, right? So the only value that any of these things have is the value that we ascribe to them. And at the moment, people ascribe 20, 30, 40, 50 times more value to XRP than they do to Litecoin. So there was a point there made by Johnny Litecoin about decentralized tokens shouldn't have to fight the SEC. Just to be clear, it was the SEC that sued Ripple, right? Obviously, they can't sue XRP because XRP is it's a network. They sued Ripple, the company, just in the same way they sued like BlockFi, the Bitcoin company. So that's a bit of a I think a bit of a sleight of hand there that Johnny Litecoin's trying to do there by trying to confuse Ripple and XRP. Ripple is a company, XRP is a token. If Ripple disappears, XRP continues, right? The XRP ledger is independent of Ripple. I think that's probably covered many of your points. Oh yeah, about banks. A little bit about banks first. So like I said, Ripple is a separate company. Ripple has a separate product called RippleNet, which is a totally separate network to the XRP ledger. RippleNet and XRP ledger are totally different networks written by totally different teams. The XRP ledger, decentralized, permissionless, token-based blockchain. RippleNet is a centralized, regulatory, controlled network that doesn't have a token. It's used directly just for fiat networks. They're two totally separate things. And the claim that, okay, well, people are using RippleNet and not XRP, well, they're not using Litecoin either, right? So that's, again, a bit of a strange comment to be making there about that, right? Over time, I mean, the whole point of XRP is to disintermediate banks, right? The whole point is to not need banks in the first place. So Ripple only pivoted to actually working with banks after the FinCEN judgment in whenever that was, 2014, in which they were forbidden for working directly with the public, and so had to switch to a B2B model and started to work more with money transmitters and remittance companies to help them avoid banks, right? That's the whole point of RippleNet, was to avoid banks, to allow cross-border payments to happen much more efficiently by not using banks. So again, it's a bit of a strange one about, claiming that banks are not using XRP. So.
All right. So I'm going to address the first one that you said. The first thing you said was that anybody could get XRPs when it was first created, because you made a point that the XRP network was created and anyone could claim it, and then they actually the repo company came and then they came and took some. I believe that's a very deceptive argument, and this is my point, right? What's the point of creating something and saying anyone could get it if no one was given access to get it? I mean, that's the whole reason why pre-mines are generally frowned upon in the proof of work community.
What you did have, because it was a public wallet. Anybody could claim from it. It's a public wallet. The passwords was right there. The seed phrase was right there. Anybody could take from it.
And where was it announced? And how generally was it? It just generally feels like I create a network, I create tokens. I don't announce anybody should get it. I don't create any sort of way for it to distribute around. And I just sort of oh yeah, I created a network. I'm going to take some of it for myself. After all, I created it first, right? And I'm just claiming, I mean, it generally doesn't make sense to me, because what's the point of trying to say it was fair if no one else had access to getting a fair distribution of that token?
They did have access. The fact that you weren't in the ecosystem at the time is not the fault of Ripple, right? Everybody had access.
Then who else had access? I mean, literally 100% is about how many percent of XRP actually got to the hands of anyone but insiders, the team and, institutional investors, people that were privately sold to. How many percentage of XRP total supply got to their hands?
Well, there weren't any institutional investors at the time. Remember, this was back in 2013.
Okay.
So
private sale.
Again, a lot of people are thinking about these things with a lens of and the viewpoint of today. They're not thinking about it in the viewpoint of 2013, 2012, 2011, when these things were built, right? So back when the XRP ledger was launched, like I said, it was freely available. Anybody could access it. The keys were published in the forums. They were published in the source code. If you were there at the time, you could access it. Now, you can make a fair claim that you weren't there. Well, okay, fair enough. You weren't there. I presume you weren't there with Bitcoin either. If you were, you would have made a hell of a lot of money just by leaving your and mining Bitcoin, because it was so easy to mine Bitcoin, and you could have got a fork of Litecoin and got that freely, close to free at the same time, right? So remember, the vast majority of Bitcoin was mined when Bitcoin was less than $1, right? So, trying equate these things. I mean, if you come into now, I don't know what the situation is with Litecoin, but if you come into Bitcoin now, 90% of it, 95% of it, I think it is, has already been distributed. So as far as anybody coming into the market now, it's all pre-mined, right? It's been mined by somebody else. Go ahead.
So you're saying again that majority of the Bitcoins were mined before Bitcoin was worth $1. Again, that's another bad faith argument, because you're trying to make an argument that okay, look, most people didn't get access to XRP just the same way most people definitely never had access to Bitcoin. But again, that's the point of proof of work, is that we have an evidence to actually support. We have ample evidence to support the fact that it was in fact fairly distributed, and you could go look at it. I mean, unlike XRP's ledger, the first 30-something thousand blocks of Bitcoin's chain is not, it did not disappear, right? About 32,000 blocks are not sub, so we can actually see it. We can see exactly how many coins Satoshi mined, exactly how much. And that's the beautiful thing about the production of like Bitcoin and Litecoin, is the fact that there's a cost of this production which can actually be calculated mathematically. But then there's no such thing with XRP. So that is a very it's a bad faith juxtaposition, respectfully, because again, Bitcoin can be demonstrably proven to have been distributed fairly. But again, XRP has not been, and that's why I asked how many percentage of XRP in total got into the hands of anybody besides team and investors, and you haven't been able to provide me a number.
So there's about 20% of it was taken by other people. About 80% was given by the developers to Ripple, right, at the time. But again, your point that there was, anybody, it was available for anybody to claim from, right? So, and the point about the 32,000 blocks at the start, that was about 2 weeks, I believe it was, of history that was lost. It was about 300 transactions that was lost before the XRP ledger even kind of went public, right? Now, unlike UTXO networks like Litecoin and Bitcoin, the XRP ledger is account-based. So you can see everything that happens there. You can see who has, coins, right? After that incident, there was about 70 accounts on the network. Right, so there was only 70 accounts on the network that could have been affected by that, and you can see all of their balances, right? So there's not a scenario like you could have with Bitcoin or with Litecoin that if there was a missing transaction, there could be some, or a missing block, there could be some missing transaction that is not accounted for, right? That is, not possible with the XRP ledger because it's account based. You can see all of the balances in every single block, right? Developers took 80% right off the bat with no effort. Again, developers could do the same pretty much with Bitcoin and with Litecoin. Not 80%, obviously, because everything would start to taper off, but a significant amount. But the reality is that doesn't matter, right? That doesn't matter. I know people like to make a big issue of it, but it actually really doesn't matter. There's no significance really to that.
Okay, well, who should be the arbiter of what matters and what doesn't matter? Because you're saying that doesn't matter, but you see, whenever if you've checked any of the Fidelity.
Why does it matter? You tell me why it matters.
Why does it matter? Yeah, because we have thousands of years of history, that we can point to demonstrate things that have actually grown to becoming money through a natural process. And that's why I mentioned gold, silver. There's a reason why you can't, take I don't want to use Patek Philippe because that's a watch, right? You can't take something that's mass produced by any organization, person that does not have a military, and actually turn that into money. That's why I pointed out gold, silver. If you mention one single asset that was ever used as a monetary instrument that was produced by a singular entity and ended up becoming universally used as a store of value, then I'm going to admit that this point goes to you entirely.
You are comparing centuries and centuries, probably thousands of years worth of something like gold to 10 years worth of cryptocurrency, 15 years worth of cryptocurrency. I think that's a bit disingenuous. I think, saying about when you're looking back through the history of all of it, these first 10 years are going to be like nothing with regards, in terms of like long-term history. And again, like I said, the most of Bitcoin's already been mined, over half XRP's in the hands of other people. So I don't think it's an issue.
Okay, and you said I mentioned I'm comparing thousands of years of history of gold and silver to of 10 years of 15 years history of cryptocurrency. But the point of me mentioning that is to set a basis of what is actually the foundation of value for humans, right? I'm making a base case for what is actually can actually be considered as valuable by humans, right? I mean, if we're going to talk about can humans value this thing, what's the best evidence? What's the best bunch of evidence we can actually point to actually say, okay, yes, this is actually like, this can actually support a possibility where humans can value this thing. And we can look at it. And that's why I say, if 99% of the history of mankind that we've ever known, every single thing that has ever, translated to, a monetary instrument that is universally used, got issued through a totally fair process, right? Through a very natural and very fair process, like gold, like silver.
I think look back at gold and diamonds and everything, and they're certainly not natural or fair processes. Believe me, if you look at something like diamond production, if you look at something like gold, I would say that is definitely not a fair production. There are certain entities that have way more access and capability to do that than you do. So I would not say that that's fair in any way either. I would say that the one key characteristic is scarcity, right? I think that's the only key characteristic that you can say that really that really makes it worthwhile.
So centralization is different from fair. I think you're talking about things being centralized. The system something can actually be distributed fairly and actually end up being centralized. I think that's a basic characteristic of humanity that we can actually avoid, right? You can actually distribute something in the most fair way. It's still going to find its way to the custody of some central figures. So that's the difference between something being fair and something being central. So yes, of course, a mining company has all the resources to mine gold and mine all of these things that I do not have, but that doesn't mean it was actually hand given to them from the beginning. Right, it doesn't mean that someone woke up and like, hey, you're going to be minor company when you grow up. Okay, from when you're small, look at this. This is a lot of good for you.
Again, so what? What are you actually afraid of? Get to the point of what is the actual thing that you're afraid that could happen that would mean that XRP would not be suitable for money in this case, right? You talk about distribution, but why? What is the actual issue here?
Now, my issue here is this. I said that XRP cannot have a fundamental claim to being a store of value money, the same way something like Bitcoin, Litecoin, and other proof of work, fairly distributed coins actually. Because if you look at the history of mankind, every single thing that has been adopted as money that is not issued by a government with strong military capabilities have totally been issued through a totally fair process. Because you can't point just one single. If you just point, I'll totally admit, I'll totally admit to being wrong. If you can point one single monetary instrument that became universally adopted and was issued by a central figure.
That is a good point. I don't know of any that was issued by a central figure. But then the XRP was not issued by a central figure; it was issued by a ledger, right? A decentralized ledger. Right,
but it's the same thing. It's like I'm saying. That's why I'm saying again. It's very sneaky. Like if I create a lot of things and I don't, that's why I'm still never gonna accredit the property of something being money. I mean, look at every single other proof of work coin that has some pre-mine. Where are they today? They most of them have actually faded into obscurity. Look at Tenebricks. Look at the rest of them. A lot of them are dead, and that's the whole point, right? Because
XRP hasn't, right? XRP hasn't faded into obscurity,
and that's why. So I'm not. Okay,
30 times to 50 times more than Litecoin. So I get what you're trying to say, but reality proves you wrong.
Okay, now this is where we're going to get to the second point of market cap. Okay, so you've not been able to establish a foundational value proposition for XRP in a way that can actually be done for Bitcoin, Litecoin, all this other proof of work commodities that actually got issued fairly. But But that doesn't mean XRP does not have a value, right? I'm just saying it can be valued that way. So now the second thing you point at market cap, right? And that's the beautiful thing, right? Most of the arguments I've heard from XRP Army is about, oh yeah, it's the market is valuing way more than it's valuing Litecoin and this and that. But that's the thing, right? Are you gonna say that XRP is fundamentally stronger right now, like the XRP, the unit of XRP, than it was when it was let's say $30-something billion market cap about a year and a half ago? Are the XRPs now fundamentally worth more?
The market said yes. The market has valued them as more, and that's the only thing that can value.
But that's the thing, right? Overvaluation occurs in the market. I mean, if we're going to go by market, we're going to say something like
it's a decentralized
if we're
market.
Going to
that's making this decision, right? It's the entire world here collectively valuing the price of these tokens, whether it's XRP, Litecoin, Bitcoin, whatever, right?
I have a great proposition for why I believe XRP's token is entirely XRP price is actually entirely like fabricated and manipulated. But I'm gonna get to that. In a bit. But I just wanna talk about this market cap issue so we can move on, right? I mean, if we're gonna look at it and we're gonna say, oh yeah, I mean the market is valuing XRP more than it is valuing Litecoin, that means there should be some fundamental value to Litecoin, XRP that Litecoin doesn't have. Then are we going to say the same about every single thing that had been valued above XRP, let's say about a year and a half ago before XRP broke out? Are we to be saying that? Can we say that the the market accurately valued XRP at that time to be worth less than all these other things. A lot of them which are not in even in the top 4, top 5 anymore. For example, BNB was valued a lot more than XRP, and that is also you're also still going to be saying that the market accurately judged Luna and Terra ecosystem to be worth tens of billions of dollars, and these things totally crashed and burned spectacularly. And let's also remember that the markets actually judged FTT tokens to be worth 20-something billion dollars at market peak. So by your logic, FTT tokens are definitely, at that time had some fundamental value to it simply because the market said so.
Terra and Luna,
are you going to corroborate that?
Terra and Luna is an algorithmic stablecoin, so I think that's a very different scenario to play here, right? And that had a significant flaw in the way in which the stablecoin was algorithmically priced, and it led to a downward spiral once people were able to exploit it, that then resulted in it losing all its value, right? XRP is not an algorithmic stablecoin. XRP has a free floating value that, again, seems to be valued more than Litecoin. And you're saying, is it valued more than it was a year and a half ago? Well, yes, right. And it was, valued more than it was, 5 years prior to that, or whatever it was, right? So, I'm still not entirely sure what you're saying here. You're trying to say that XRP doesn't have a value, yet the only mechanism by which things are valued, which is a open decentralized marketplace, are valuing it significantly higher than, say, Litecoin.
No, I'm not saying XRP doesn't have a value. Again, my first point was it does not have a value that can be tied to anything fundamental. It doesn't mean it doesn't have a value, right? Again, and that's why I mentioned FTTs, right? You're saying that your evidence, because your point I'm trying to counter right now is the one you said that, well, the market is valuing it more. And I'm trying to say that what the market values does not actually inherently, it's not a totally logical thing to say that, that alone inherently justifies the value of that asset. And that is why I mentioned FTT, for example, which was valued at tens of billions of dollars. The market can be wrong. So I feel like when we're talking about fundamental value, whatever the market says, and that's why I didn't talk about XRP's market cap, right? If I'm trying to argue XRP versus BTC, you will never hear me talk about the fact that BTC is whatever market cap it is. And that's why I'm trying to keep the conversation on what the fundamental value proposition is, because the markets can be wrong. I mean, Tesla's trading at about 240 PE ratio, right? And there are a lot of things that could be said about Tesla's valuation, and that's why I'm saying the market cannot be used as a standalone reason to actually justify any sort of valuation. And there's something you said that I also want to talk about. You said that Ripple has Ripple XRP can actually survive without Ripple. Ripple can be gone and XRP is going to exist, but there is no evidence to actually, support a possibility where XRP survives without Ripple. However, we have ample evidence to show that LTC and BTC can, in fact, survive without their creators. And LTC, most famously, the founder, Charlie Lee, the inventor of LTC, famously dumped all of his LTC, left the market, and look at us right now. Litecoin has about 20 times more daily transactions than it had as at the time it sold, about 10 to 20 times more. And this thing is growing even after its founder has divested totally and is out of it. And Bitcoin's pushing strong without Satoshi. But there's no evidence that XRP can survive without there's no evidence to say that XRP can survive without Ripple. If we see that, then we can say that. And that's why I'm saying that's why the whole point of this conversation is important, because if there's no fundamental value that's carrying it besides this company, then why should I hold it, right? Why should I store my value in it?
Let's rewind a bit then. The fundamental value of XRP is it is the native token of a decentralized public blockchain, and it is a mechanism by which I can exchange value with you peer-to-peer without any risk of censorship, without government intervention, instantly, nearly within 3 seconds, very virtually no cost, and that is the main value, right? In a world in which things are more and more in the world in which Bitcoin was originally created, right, which was a rebellion against Wall Street and against centralized control and the financial crash and things like that. XRP was created by some of Bitcoin developers to mitigate the problems with Bitcoin, right? They understood the problems with Bitcoin, so a bunch of Bitcoin developers created XRP to deal with the fact that Bitcoin is not long-term sustainable, because as the mining rewards drop off, Probably will be the same with Litecoin. I don't know the specifics on that, but as the mining rewards drop off, that it is no longer going to be profitable for miners to actually be able to secure the network, and there's going to be an economic collapse of the network, right? So XRP was created in response to that, in order to create something that was very similar. I mean, one of the main use cases initially of XRP was to transact Bitcoin, right? And I used to trade Bitcoin and Litecoin on the XRP ledger, right? Because it was far more efficient to do so, and it was the only DEX. Remember, it was the only decentralized exchange to be able to trade things like Bitcoin and Litecoin, right?
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to say to that is this, right? Again, that's you can actually say that, and that's totally fair. If that's your perception of it, that's fine. That's fine. Again, like I said, I'm not saying XRP does not have any value at all. I'm just saying it doesn't have any value that can be based in any fundamentals in the same way, like you can actually base that of like Litecoin and Bitcoin and this other networks that actually grows money. And
the mechanism for moving value. It's exactly the same value proposition.
No, it's not. It can't be the same if XRP does not have any properties that actually can be attributed to money or any other naturally any other asset that I think we're going in circles at this point.
I can't remember what the main criteria are. I can't remember what the main criteria are for money that's divisible.
Again, number one,
portable. I can't remember all of them. But
no, I'm not talking. I'm
property.
I'm talking about assets that have generally, assets that have naturally grown to a point of monetary status in history that we can evidently point to. And we could talk about the visibility, all of this, fungibility and all of that. But again, the main thing that I know that XRP is lacking, I mean, 40%, 40 something percent of XRP is still currently being held by the Ripple labs. I mean, come on, how can that actually be considered money in the same way as Bitcoin, Litecoin? It just doesn't add up. And you can go ahead.
Let's imagine a scenario here. Let's say that Ripple no longer hold that. Let's fast forward another 5 years, 10 years, and they have sold significant amounts so that they are no longer the majority holder. Then what? Then what is your argument?
Exactly. So what I'm going to argue again, that's why I say that's why it's an argument, it's a conversation. If we see XRP survive for years and years and years after literally all of the XRP of the team has been sold, and literally there's no centralization of the asset in terms of it being with the hands of founders and creators, then maybe we can have a better conversation about this, right? And I'm saying we can have a better conversation. I'm not saying that makes it money, but we can have a different conversation. But that's not the case. And the case still remains as we stand. It's not fairly distributed. And it does not have an ecosystem that's growing organically in a way that can actually be attributed to money. So I guess we should just shift away from the money talk, and we should shift to XRP as a token to power the network. So I want to compare what's in the value of holding an XRP over the value of holding Ethereum, right? I want to know what that is, so we can actually address it from that point, right? So we can stop going in circles.
Okay, yeah. First of all, just address the comment that's on the screen here. XRP can be dumped today. The majority of XRP is held by Ripple in escrow, so it can't be dumped, right? So that's incorrect to start with, right? They can't dump it because it's in cryptographic escrow, right? So in terms of what you're asking there is in what makes it, I can't remember your exact question there, but what makes it, why would you hold it over Ethereum? Was it? I think it was your question there. So
I said, I just want to address that. I say, since we can't value it fundamentally the same way we can value something like Litecoin and Bitcoin and money in the money side, right? Let's value it as a token.
Right, you're choosing not to value it in that way. It can be valued in that way.
No, I'm not choosing not to value it. I'm just saying you cannot point to one single monetary asset that actually transitioned into being money that was issued by a central authority. You cannot point to one. And if you can't do that, then every single thing you're going to say about...
Right, that's one specific thread of history, but you are then basically saying that, nothing can then go... I mean, you would have said exactly the same thing using that argument about Bitcoin in the early days, right? So, or Litecoin even, right? So it doesn't...
No, they have fair distribution. That's how they equate to those things being naturally available. It's the fact that they have fair distribution, right? And I'm trying to give you a leeway that, okay, I'm gonna stop boxing XRP into the money conversation, right? Because again, we can make an assumption that maybe it becomes, but there's no historical evidence we can point to humans actually adopting something that was actually issued by central authority for long-term store value, right? We cannot point to anything like that. So let's move away from trying to talk about it like money, and let's talk about it as an asset to power the XRP ecosystem. So I want to talk about the fundamental. What my question now is, what benefit does an XRP holder get from the strides that Ripple as a company is making? So let's imagine the most utopian scenario for an XRP holder, where Ripple actually replaces Swift, and then it becomes the blockchain for the banks, all that. So now, what value exists for the XRP holder in that?
So XRP is the native token of the XRP ledger. It's used as gas on the network, and it's also used as an asset in and of itself, right? Exactly the same as Bitcoin, exactly the same as Litecoin. There's no difference there. Ripple is a company, a very significant company, but they are a company in the ecosystem that are building stuff and building out use cases for XRP, as are other companies and other projects as well, right? So to say what is the value of them holding it, well, it depends upon what happens in terms of adoption and utility, right? I mean, Litecoin is the ultimate coin for buying WWE t-shirts, right? I mean, great, okay, cool. But what value does that give me holding it? Because it's used for WWE t-shirts, right? So what?
No, I think you're I know that you're just joking, right? For that WWE t-shirt, a bit.
What else?
But like
Litecoin. What other value do you have holding Bitcoin?
Oh, okay. I know that because of in crypto, and that's the point of the altcoin season tour, right? We're blurring the lines. We're trying to educate each other on the strides each of us are making. Because in the crypto community, we're all in our little bubbles, in our little echo chamber. So we don't know what's actually going on in other ecosystems, right? In other communities. But you might not know, but Litecoin has actually grown to that's why I actually know to a point, right? I've been following Ripple's success, and I'm gonna say I was actually happy that Ripple as a company won the SEC the lawsuit against the SEC. Yeah, I was actually very happy about that. But what I'm actually talking about here is, oh my God, sorry, the power just went off. So what I'm actually talking about here. Okay, hold on. What I'm actually talking about here is, I've been following the progress that Ripple has been making, but this is a conversation about fundamental value, right? And that's why I'm just like, okay, the Ripple's making this progress. What does XRP represent in this point? And so you said talking about Litecoin, you might not know, but Litecoin has actually been growing in dominance when it comes to payment, across multiple merchants. For example, BitPay. Litecoin was not in BitPay it's 2022, but like right now, if you go check, Litecoin has grown to being the #1 most used coin for payment and remittances on BitPay. It has, and not only on BitPay, you can go check CoinGate, all the other payment processes. Litecoin continues to grow, in rankings. It continues to move up. Bidding assets. Some you would even see on BitPay, Litecoin is being used more than USDT, USDC. Same with CoinGate, right? It's currently neck and neck with USDT or USDC, one of the two, as the joint third when it comes to like payments on CoinGate. You can go look it up yourself. Both of them sharing the same share percentage of transactions.
So that's not intrinsic value. That is just a company that is.
No. You said no. It's not a company. Again, that's why I'm saying. That's why I say Litecoin has more merit. Even if a company adopts it, it has more.
BitPay is a company, right?
Merit, because like, who's pushing it? Who's pushing it there, right? It's a totally decentralized money. It's totally decentralized money, and people adopted it, right? It's different as let's say Ripple signs a deal with Swift and whatnot. So I was just pointing to the I'm saying BitPay is a company. Yes, right. I'm agreeing with you. Yes, I am agreeing with you. BitPay is a company, but I'm saying, what does that matter if BitPay is a company? They're adopting Litecoin, and you're literally saying my point. You're literally giving me my point, right? The fact that Litecoin is being adopted, Litecoin, a commodity, a totally decentralized commodity, right, with no central figures. It's being adopted by this company on its own. right? And after being adopted by this company on its own, it's seen its metric grow to the point where it has even overtaken Bitcoin, because BitPay was predominantly for Bitcoin, and Litecoin has overtaken Bitcoin on BitPay for a while now, more than a year.
What I mean, if we go back again, why hasn't its value gone up? Right, the value of
that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying. I was just pointing. I was just trying to address what you said, when you said Litecoin can be used to buy T-shirt, and I'm like, no. That's not the case. It's actually growing in real world use. It's actually growing in real world adoption, and people are actually using Litecoin for whatever they want to use it for. Literally, there's no use case bracket. Whatever you want to use it for. So again. Let's try not to move away from the point so much. I just want to say, like, again, we're all always caught up in our bubbles. We don't know what's happening in other ones. So talking about, again, and that's my question again, what benefit does XRP, the holder, get from Ripple, the company's success? For example, or let me make it a little bit. Let me explain it a bit more. Right, the more the Solana network grows, right, we could say like stakers and validators, they actually can make, they make they earn yield on their staked Solana, and they use this proof of stake method to like secure the network, blah blah blah. And it's the same with Ethereum. It's the same with this other proof of stake coins. Like, how does XRP fit in this world? Like, what value does the XRP token give to the user in this sense?
So XRP is not a proof of stake token itself. So similarly to Litecoin, there's no value that's given to it. The fact that BitPay uses Litecoin doesn't give Litecoin holders value, right? Directly. The only value it gets is by effectively association and adoption, and eventually maybe scarcity in the it's being used up in a particular way, right? That's exactly the same with XRP, right? There's no intrinsic like reward mechanism within XRP that there is in like some of like the Ethereum staking. Within Ethereum you can stake on the network. Proof of stake networks have the massive flaw that you can't like secure more value than the stake of the network. And also they basically lead to effectively centralization by virtue of, you have to have a certain amount in order to stake. And so it effectively, those with the most money have the most power, right? Which sounds very familiar to the world in which we're trying to get away from. Now, one of the things we didn't do, didn't do any, I mean, you may have done, I think, just before I came on, but in terms of like sort of introduction, just remind people that as well as XRP, I've worked in a number of other networks, including Ethereum based, I worked at Arbitrum for a while.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
And BitTensor, which is a decentralized AI network. Protocol Labs Filecoin, which is decentralized storage network, right, for a number of years. So I'm not in any way a Bitcoin maximalist. I hold Bitcoin. Sorry, I'm not an XRP maximalist. I hold XRP. I hold Bitcoin. I hold several other things. I even used to hold Litecoin at one point in time. So, I just never saw a value in Litecoin, because I always saw whatever value Litecoin could have got, Bitcoin would have got, right? I always saw it as Bitcoin's little brother. Some people described it as the silver to Bitcoin's gold, but that doesn't really make any sense in the digital world. So I never really stuck with Litecoin because I didn't see any particular value of it. And I think I sold about the time when Charlie left. I was like, okay, well, I don't see any future here for it. Not to say it doesn't have value or it doesn't have a future, but my view was that there were other networks and other protocols that I thought would grow more in that time.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what you say, I'm gonna agree with you to a point, right? That at the end of the day, like the value of all of this, tokens and all of this internet money is still mimetic, right? And some of the viewers might not understand what a meme is in the sense of the way I'm using that word, but a meme by definition is like a unit of cultural significance that is being transmitted across like many people, right, repetitively. So like an idea that we're all regurgitating to each other, and like we sort of like have that in our head. It's sort of like the basis of literally every single idea that permeates society, right? So at the foundation of it, it's all memetics, right? And that's a good thing, and that's why again. Right. That's why this conversation is here. Like we get to go about this with each other and talk about it. Right. But again, the reason why I'm just gonna be more in, again, I'm gonna say again, me saying that I prefer fair distribution and like Litecoin and this is like at the end of the day, it's a personal preference, right? You might have a personal preference for coins that were created and has only been sold by a company, a centralized company, and that's fine. Again, it's all preference at the end of the day. But when I keep saying that that Litecoin and Bitcoin and all of this other fairly distributed proof of work coins can actually be valued as money, and XRP has can't, is because you look at what the mimetic structure of every single thing that has ended up being money in history have been, and it's always been it's always being things that were fairly distributed and naturally distributed. But we're just going to move on from that conversation and just go into something else. We're going to talk about Ripple. We're going to talk about Ripple, the company, and Ripple talks about how banks they're going to replace Swift, they're going to replace it. So I just wanted to talk about things in that light, right? Let's talk about what's the plan for Ripple, and what's the path for Ripple to replacing Swift, and how's that going to translate to value for the average XRP holder.
Well, I don't know what Ripple's future plans are with that. I know that in the past they have said that it'd be great to use Ripple as a Swift-like international network. I don't see necessarily Ripple replacing Swift. It would be great if they did, but Swift has a lot of incumbent power. And remember, Swift is a centralized network and run by a consortium of banks. I would find it hard to believe that a centralized consortium of banks would necessarily like to move over to a decentralized network that they don't control, right? I'm not sure why banks would necessarily want to do that. The only reason I could see they would want to do that is that they want to have interoperability and they don't want to be using a competitor's product, right? So in the same way that the internet is fairly egalitarian, and that bank A doesn't create their own internet or their own database or their own telephone system or their own whatever. They buy commodity, they use open source, etc. They use public goods. I would possibly say the same thing with remittance companies and that. And again, just to remind people that the main point of XRP initially was to avoid banks. The whole point of it was that people would be issuing tokens. Remember, the XRP ledger was the first DEX. It was the first platform to support tokenization, the first platform to support stable coins. The XRP ledger, the whole point of it was that you didn't need banks because you had decentralized, custody, decentralized trading, right? So then pivot, like I said, Ripple had to pivot. Ripple, the company, had to pivot because Ripple, the company, were basically slapped on the wrist by FinCEN, ironically, for issuing a virtual currency without a monetary license, right? So the US authorities thought that XRP was enough of a currency and enough of a money, to actually slap them on the wrist and say, you can't, operate without a money license, right? So that slightly, goes back to your point of things, right? So it's that's the great irony of all of this, that it was considered too much of money that the US government decided to slap them on the wrist for that. So they switched to a model of working with remittance companies to help remittance companies avoid banks and do that. Now, what is their future plans? They're looking a lot at tokenization. They've been looking a lot at using the XRP ledger for settlement of other financial instruments, right? Using the XRP ledger for settling trades of, stocks or whatever it might be that are being used. So, but again, anybody can use it. It's an open, decentralized public network. So don't get too bogged down just on what Ripple are doing. There's other companies that are building things as well. There's whole NFT marketplaces, for example. There's a whole bunch of meme coin stuff. You mentioned memetics, right? The XRP ledger had a massive, meme coin boom, a few years back.
I think you're sort of like getting me wrong when I said memetics. Again, I was talking about memetics not in the meme coin way, right? Because if we look at the definition of meme, the person who I think popularized that term, right, is has to be I think it's Richard Dawkins, I guess. And and the way he used the term meme is in terms of like a unit of cultural significance that sort of permeates society. Like we just keep repeating it and regurgitating, and that's the idea. And that's like, I'm using that meme to describe something like how humans have understood the concept of like the value of gold. But gold is valuable, diamond is valuable. Those are memes, right? And like that's why when I was mentioning the mimetic, I was trying to like point to how all of these things sort of like evolve around things that are generally naturally distributed and fairly distributed and like naturally occurring assets, and that can be translated to how it could fit into these other coins that have fair distribution. So I actually am very, very impressed with some of the things that Xrp is doing, and I'm glad with Ripple as a company are doing. I'm glad that you mentioned something about banks not wanting to use competitors' rails, because that's something that I think it's the CIO or the CEO of Swift said, and he said banks are not going to work on on a competitor's rails, right? The banking system is not going to be built on a competitor's rails, and I like that you mentioned that. So the way it actually plays out for me is the fact that all of this feels like, to me, again, and this is from what I've been able to see, Ripple as a company is making strides. It's growing in strides, and XRP is sort of like a popularity token. And that's the way I perceive it, which is not bad, which does not say it doesn't have any value, right? Because we've actually tried to establish XRP's fundamental value in terms of it being a monetary instrument like Bitcoin and Litecoin and Monero and these other coins, but we've not been able to do that. And we've tried to say, okay, can it be used as a medium to power the network the same way like Solana and Ethereum, and we've not been able to do this. So at the end of the day, what we're settling with, what it appears to me that we're settling with, is like it being the token that people use to transmit money, right? Transmit value across, which but its value is being held up by fanfare and popularity of how much development is happening on the network, which is also fair as well. Yeah. And
exactly, it's exactly the same as Litecoin in that regard. Yeah.
Oh, it's you say this, but like again, like boy, I don't know. I don't want to keep going in circles and circles and circles, right? But it's
value of Litecoin is based upon adoption, right? And what's going on here, right? I mean, or lack of adoption, hence the price.
I'm even going to argue that like things like Bitcoin and things like things like Bitcoin, things like Litecoin, again, these things, since again they've been generally classified by both the CFTC and the SEC as security, as commodities, right? These things will always trade by virtue of pure speculation, right? And that's the thing. It's the same with gold or silver or any commodities. They're just speculation. It's just it's speculation and stock to flow, which I want us to get into, because I want to understand what the stock to flow for XRP is. Yeah, but yeah, and that's sort of like the way commodities moves and people trade commodities. So of course, I'm not trying to say like the price of Litecoin that's on exchanges is a reflection of what's actually happening on the network, right? It's still pure speculation. It's total speculation. People speculate on the price. It goes up,
I don't know if that's
goes down.
just me, but I can't hear you. I can see you, but I can't hear you. I don't know if anybody else can.
You can't hear me?
People on the stream can hear you.
I want to know, yo, chat, can you hear me? Chat, can you hear me? Sigma Boy says it's gold speculation. Yes, gold. If you're buying gold expecting the price to go up, at the end of the day, it's still speculation.
No, still seems to be.
Yeah, I don't know. Can you hear me? I think he can't hear me. I don't know why you can't hear me. Yo, chat, can you hear me? I wanna.
Can you hear both sides?
They can hear us, right?
Can I not hear you?
I don't know if you can hear me. Hold on. Try connecting your headphones. Can you hear me? Ooh.
Okay, this is bizarre.
People keep saying lol gold speculation. At the end of the day, listen, at the end of the day, every single commodity, if you're buying a commodity, is still going to be trading as some sort of speculative function, and that's just the truth. If you say gold is not speculation, then you have to explain how else gold is actually valued, right? I understand like gold has like its intrinsic properties, right? You get to like people use it in electronics and all that. But like I want to understand like how else are you going to value if you're buying gold spot and the market, then how else are you valuing it? And like that's like what's the I don't think I want to explain oh yeah, flipping here's a crazy thought here. Maybe LTC and XRP can both win. Yes, they can both win. And I'm in fact hoping both of them can win. Again, that's what I'm saying is I'm not saying these things XRP should trade less. I'm not here to try to bring down XRP and saying it should trade less or say it should trade less or anything. I'm just saying, right? Is there any fundamental value that can be like accorded to it, right? Because you can't consider it money. Because I've stated every single asset that it's either it's adopted naturally and have it going through this fair distribution process, or it has a government behind it. And if that's how every single monetary instrument have actually been, that we know have actually like been, then there's no evidence for us to like say that like it's gonna happen in another way. Yeah, let's say you just create something and then you distribute it through a centralized way. Like there's no evidence to suggest that something like that can end up being money. And that's my point. I'm just trying to say XRP is not money. It doesn't earn you rewards or anything like this other token. So like what's it for? And at the end of the day, it still boils down to memetics, and that's what we're talking about. I think part of the reason why this conversation, can you hear me, Mr. Matt?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I don't know what happened there.
Okay,
but,
I think
I can hear you now. So
yeah, I think why this conversation might be a little I don't know if I could say have a why this conversation might have a little bit of friction is because we're at the end of the day, right, we're talking about we're trying to fundamentally value these things, these tokens, right? And that's where as opposed to talking about like something technical, like what the network is doing, all of these things. I think like that might be why the conversation might not be moving as smoothly as some people might have hoped, or I guess. But is there any other thing you want to add? Is there any other thing you want to talk about, right? Because I believe we've not been able to agree on anything fundamental that actually relates to the main point of this debate. But is there any other thing you want to add?
I'm not sure. I mean, the main point I would make is I understand what you're saying about a historical perspective, but the reality disagrees with you now, right? So, past performance does not indicate future performance, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, we all understand that. But I think the thing that you have said, that previously the only things that have had value or could be used monetary are things that have a natural distribution or have been issued by a central authority like a state, I think was true up until the point at which we invented a means by doing decentralized transactions and decentralized networks like Bitcoin, XRP, Litecoin, in which that initial like criteria you have and assumptions, I think, change. And I don't think it has anything to do with specifically with the decentralized distribution that makes something, whether it's money or not. I think it's more to do with the scarcity, fungibility, divisibility, those particular characteristics of it. Now, you could argue that by being like distributed, by the fact that like 80% of XRP was given to Ripple, a company, and then they then distributed blah, blah, blah. You can argue that that makes it less worthwhile or less valuable. Again, history and reality shows that to be wrong, because XRP has gone up significantly more than Litecoin has, and Litecoin hasn't gone up very much at all in comparison to, say, Bitcoin has. And Bitcoin and Litecoin share all of those same characteristics that you are arguing for in terms of money, yet somehow Litecoin hasn't appreciated hardly in value in comparison. So it sounds like the characteristics you have are not really the ones that are relevant here.
That's what you're saying. You're saying the characteristics I have are not relevant. And again, I made this very, very clear, right? I'm looking at it again. You keep saying that, okay, since we created cryptocurrencies, right, the fundamental value proposition of things being fairly distributed, right? I want to paraphrase your point very well. I want to get your point very well. Are you saying that since the invention of cryptocurrencies, right, the value proposition of naturally, organically distributed commodities transition into money became like negligible? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I believe so, because up until that point, you didn't have a mechanism which to do decentralized, transactions. And so the only thing you could do was rely on a natural, decentralized distribution that, cowrie cells were scattered over a beach, or, gold was in different parts of the world. But I don't think that is necessarily as relevant anymore when you have decentralized networks that are able to transact.
And why? That's why I'm saying, who is to infer that? Because you say that your argument is that the market, right? The fact that Ripple has the Ripple has gone up, and Litecoin has not gone up, right? That's your argument. And I'm saying that if you're going to point to the market as being the validator of this point, that actually holds less water, as opposed to like pointing to a system where this has actually been the case. And
but doesn't it effectively this is wrong? I mean, that's the point here. The market is proving your thesis
no,
wrong.
it's not. And I've showed you, but the market can be wrong. The market can be wrong. But
so
you can't say thousands of years. You can't say, I'm not saying that. I say the market can be wrong, but thousands of years of historical data that has shown how people have generally adopted monetary instruments cannot be wrong. But the markets can be wrong in their valuations. And that's why I point to Luna. I'm not saying Luna is fundamentally the same with XRP. You try to strawman my argument a little bit by trying to explain the details of what Luna is. I'm not talking about the details of what Luna is. I'm talking about the fact that the fundamental. Sorry, you're supposed to raise your hand. The fundamental valuation process of saying that the market decides the value and the market is always correct about value is wrong, right? If you say the market's always correct, and the market's value is always an accurate description of whatever depiction of whatever fundamental value the asset has, then why was something like FTT valued at 20-something billion? Why was something like Luna having such those high valuations? So what I'm trying to say is that the market alone is not right. Go ahead.
Right. It's not a straw man argument. You're comparing FTT and you're comparing Luna, which are two fundamentally different things to XRP or Litecoin or Bitcoin, right? Now, first of all, you start off with some argument about fundamentals and say that the market is not, the ultimate arbiter. But then you compare things that have different fundamentals and say that because one has failed with one kind of fundamentals means that another one can't succeed, right? It seems to be your argument, which is bizarre. Like FTT was a token specifically to do with a centralized exchange, right? It was specifically tied to a centralized exchange. It was equivalent to like BNB, for example, but without its own network, as far as I'm aware. And was used predominantly for one specific exchange. Luna and Terra, that was a stablecoin network with algorithmic stablecoins with a fundamental flaw in the algorithm that meant that they failed, right? Those are different to things like XRP and Litecoin that do not have those same characteristics, right? So to try and compare them is just dishonest, right? They're different things. Say out that they have, there's fundamentals. There are fundamentals, and they are different between those two. So please stop bringing that up as a point of reference, because it's they have different fundamentals.
Okay. How about we do this? What am I arguing for? What's my argument on this? I want you to articulate my argument and then articulate your rebuttal, because I think you're still not getting what I'm trying to say. So I just want you to, yeah.
From what I'm hearing, right? Your argument is that XRP does not have value because no previous monetary unit in history has ever had has existed that has not either been distributed fairly or has been distributed by a central authority like a state with an army, right? That I believe is right.
You see why we are going in circles. You see why we're going in circles, because you don't even understand my argument. I'm gonna make my argument very simple. No, it's absolutely wrong. And that's why we've been going in circles. And you say you've not been listening to me. I said something. I said something again. I'm gonna make it again, and I hope you listen. For God's sake, I hope you listen this time. Okay. I said XRP. I did not say XRP doesn't have any value. The market argues. If I say XRP doesn't have value, then the entire rebuttal is look at the market. The market's saying it has value. That completely debunks any idea of saying XRP doesn't have value. I'm saying XRP does not have any value that can be tied to it being a monetary asset, the same way that can actually be done for Bitcoin, Litecoin, and other fairly distributed, totally or organically growing proof of work coins. That was my argument. That's not saying XRP doesn't have any value. Again, that's why I'm saying you're strawmanning my argument, and we're going in circles. And that's why I'm saying what we're trying to get here, what we're trying to get at, is a way to fundamentally like explain the value of XRP, right? Because it can be valued as money the same way Bitcoin, Litecoin, Monero, and all of this other proof of work, fairly distributed coins can be valued as money. And it can't also be valued as like a token that's part of a network like Ethereum and Solana. That doesn't say it doesn't have value, but what is it valued fundamentally as? And that's my argument. And another thing I'm going to say, and I didn't mention this before, again, XRP and LTC are completely different because energy went into the production of LTC, but it's not the same for Litecoin. Litecoin has an actual cost of production. Same with Bitcoin. Proof of work coins, they have a cost of production. They cost electricity, they cost energy to get introduced into to the supply. So again, I just hope you understand the basis of my argument is not XRP doesn't have value, but it does not have any fundamental value that can be tied to anything that has actually grown, in terms of adoption and into becoming, generally acceptable monetary instrument. And neither does it qualify. Can it be valued as something like Solana and this thing? So that's my point. And that's not to say you said something that just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it's not going to happen into the future, right? And that's the point where you cross from evidence-based assertions to totally speculative assumptions, right? Because the basis of my argument has been evidence shows that there has never been one single asset, right? No asset, no commodity that was issued by a central authority that later grew to be accepted and function for a long period of time as store of value that does not have a military.
I agree with that, right? But your argument is that
and that's not saying and
can't happen in the future, right? So
no, I'm not saying no. Again, now you see what you did there. You just misrepresented my argument. You just added that I'm saying it's not going to happen into the future when I stated explicitly that I'm not saying it's not going to happen in the future. I'm saying it has never happened, and so we can't call it that.
Right. But then you called it evidence, right? Which is a ridiculous thing to say that prior actions could be considered evidence for any sort of intrinsic value for
it can in fact. I'm very sorry. It can in fact be considered as evidence because again it's all going down to the social sciences, right? We're talking about the fundamental psychology of humans and the way they actually they do valuations. You understand? So if I'm going to say, okay, let's do this mental exercise, right? Let's do this mental exercise. If I'm going to say what I'm gonna create pieces of very beautiful, custom looking, tickets, right? And I'm going to issue those to people. Right. And then something else that's naturally we stumble upon some new naturally occurring, rare mineral, right? Rare element, right? There's nothing like that. I'm just insane hypothetical, right? What actually has a much higher chance of surviving as a store of value or being, of being adopted in a way that represents how, store of value money has actually been adopted. The only possible inference we can have is history of how humans have generally attributed value to these things. That's literally the only evidence we can point to. If we want to make it, yeah, go ahead.
So I totally agree with you. It all comes down to human nature and it all comes down to memetics, right? And at the moment, human nature and memetics are saying that XRP is growing in value more than Litecoin, right? And XRP is valued more than Litecoin, right? Now, again,
and remember, okay.
I get your point about history and exactly what your point about saying up until now, there has been no point at which, right? And you can use that as one particular method for valuation, right? And you could say that, okay, based on that, the humans will not adopt anything in the future that doesn't agree with those things in the past. My point of view is that I don't think we can necessarily say that is true. It could be true. At the moment, it's not true. What's going to happen in the future? We don't know because we can't predict the future, right? So you're taking what's happened in the past and saying that that is evidence, and you're saying that that shows that humans have a certain, predilection, a certain way of working, and you're then applying that to the current and the future. Now, the current, you're obviously wrong because XRP has been valued and valued higher than Litecoin. So at the moment,
what of Bitcoin? What of Bitcoin? Because you're talking about Bitcoin, you're not Litecoin, you're not talking about Bitcoin. Why are you ignoring Bitcoin? Because my argument is not a Litecoin only argument. It's an organically distributed cryptocurrency argument. So it applies to Bitcoin, Litecoin, Monero. Why are you skipping Bitcoin? You're ignoring Bitcoin. The market has valued Bitcoin higher. I'm gonna completely move away.
They're the same characteristics that you talk about, yet Bitcoin has massively outperformed Litecoin, which means that there must be something else besides just the characteristics you're talking about by which people value things. Now, is it just memetics? Perhaps it is, right? I would say that there is more of a brand value behind Bitcoin than Litecoin, and that first mover advantage and that brand value is probably the only thing that is driving something like Bitcoin beyond Litecoin, right? And maybe that is it. That is it.
Okay, I think we're just gonna try to move on from that point. Honestly, at the end of the day, we're coming from two very distinct fundamental thesis, right? And I'm gonna admit it. I'm someone who places a very heavy philosophical preference on fair value, fairly distributed assets in general, right? And again, I'm not making any assertions of anything into the future. I've corrected that, but again, you said I said that, and now I'm going to correct it again that I in fact did not say that. I'm not asserting any future I'm not asserting any future predictions, right? I'm not asserting any of that. And also, I'm not saying that XRP is worth less. I'm not even saying it should be valued less. I'm not even saying Litecoin deserves a higher valuation right now. I've not said that in this conversation. Right? I've not tried to compare their markets. I've just been trying to get to the bottom of how fundamentally, even if Litecoin was valued at $2 million, it doesn't take anything away from my argument that its fundamental valuation can be tied to the same way monetary instruments have been valued. And this is something that I tried to that I backed up by pointing to how every single asset, every single thing that has been used as monetary instrument in history has gone through that phase, actually has that like very important characteristic behind it. And it's the same with Litecoin, same with Bitcoin. So that's just been my point. I'm not saying it means XRP does not have any value. Again, I just want to clarify that. So at the end of the day, we're still coming to the same thing. We're still saying XRP cannot be fundamentally valued as money as of now. Maybe if I feel like I'm gonna change my mind, I'm gonna say something, right? I'm not a closed-minded person.
Based upon sorry, 1 second here. You're saying that it cannot be valued fundamentally as money based upon your specific definition of how that valuation is done, which differs
based on
it is doing, right? So that's just so we're clear here. You have a thesis. I'm not disputing your thesis. You believe that because cowrie shells were distributed, gold was distributed in a particular way. You believe that no other monetary instrument can be valued, in by that same, unless it is valued in that same mechanism. The market is proved. Just to be clear,
you're not. The market is not proving me wrong because Bitcoin is number one. It's been number one since, and Bitcoin is the primary representation of my argument. So the market, if anything, has proven me right. If we're going to talk about that, right? Because Bitcoin is the primary representative of my argument that fairly distributed money. I mean, look at what BlackRock said. They said they're not going to list an XRP ETF or Solana ETF or any of that. These institutions continue to favor Bitcoin as a store of value. And you go read what you're talking about. Go read, because I read the Fidelity digital assets report. I read some of the the filings, the ETF filings, and all of these things. You go read what these people say about Bitcoin, and they keep pointing to they talk about it more as a store of value, because as a store of value as opposed to a medium of exchange. Yeah. But again, they continue to talk about these characteristics of fair distribution and a totally decentralized, completely secure network, right? And these are the things that they point to, right? So if you're saying the market is, and I've never tried to use the market to validate my arguments, I've not done that, because I'm still going to say the market might even be wrong and XRP might in fact be valuable than Bitcoin. But you keep using the market. If you want to use the market, you're still wrong, because the market values Bitcoin over XRP, and Bitcoin is the representation of these characteristics that I'm saying are superior and actually classifies an asset as money. But again, I'm not going to use that because again, I believe the market could be wrong. The market could value something totally, I mean, the market could be wrong about anything, really. So what I'm saying is going to be. What?
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
So what I feel like, I'm gonna, to show you that I'm in fact not closed-minded, I'm gonna give a basis for invalidation, and I'm gonna try to like give some leeway. I'm gonna try to give leeway here. I'm gonna say, if XRP can, two things. If anybody can show me any and I'm not really happy that we keep trying to box XRP like into only the monetary conversation, right? I'm not really happy. I feel like we can actually talk about other things. And my hope for this conversation is we could probably arrive at some unique way that we could sort of like categorize XRP as, if at all we can actually put it into any of these boxes. It doesn't have to be in these boxes, right? But I'm just gonna give me what should invalidate this is if any asset, right, that wasn't fairly distributed, wasn't organically adopted, fair distribution, organic adoption, has can be shown to me that actually grew into becoming adopted as a monetary instrument, then my entire thesis is invalidated. And I'm going to go ahead and give another leeway that if XRP can survive for decades on end with the Ripple company gone, right? The Ripple factor that's actually given it the value. Because right now, you can't argue against the anyone who says, oh, it's just pumping off of the memetics of what Ripple is trying to accomplish, right? So if XRP can actually survive without the Ripple factor being such a huge factor in how people are trying to value it, right? And it does that for decades, right? For a sustainable period of time, then that invalidates my thesis. And I believe that's...
We can't tell that until we can't afford another 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. Right? In the same way that we can't thesis about money unless we go forward another 10, 15, 20 years, right? Because
we would actually need more. And that's not even to say... We will. I'm not even
comparing. You're comparing it to financial instruments that have been used for hundreds or thousands of years, right? I don't dispute what you're saying there. The difference being is that you are trying to then take those characteristics from those and saying that, okay, this is the current state, and apply it to something that is only 10, 15 years old, right? Now, my argument is you can't tell at the moment, right? So for your characteristics...
You absolutely can. I beg to say, because when you, that's what I'm, oh my God, you can. That's why I use the brain. I said we should do the, the little, and I use the little analogy that if I was to start creating some extremely beautiful piece of like paper token and start distributing that, right? Versus, we find another rare earth mineral that's, and both of them start trading for value. If you were to make a prediction of which one of these things will eventually be, globally, adopted as a monetary instrument, you're definitely going to be favoring the new rare earth mineral we just discovered. Why? Because that is what history has shown, that things that are not being centrally issued and are being organically adopted have a much higher chance. Literally, every single historical fact shows us that they have, in fact, a unanimous claim, of eventually being store of value, except other issued currencies that are actually backed by military minds. And that's literally the only, those are literally the only things we've seen. So while I can now go ahead to say, because of that, there is ample evidence to categorize Bitcoin, Litecoin, and these other monetary assets that actually share these characteristics. I can classify them as money, but I do not have enough evidence, right? Enough of these to actually assume that XRP should be put as money. Maybe give us 50 years. Hopefully, I'm not going to wish on upon the downfall of Ripple. I'm not, because honestly, I actually wishing, everyone, WAGMI, we all make it, everybody, everything goes up in value. I'm hoping Litecoin overtakes XRP on the market cap, but that doesn't mean I want XRP to go down in value, of course. But yeah, my point is, at the end of the day, that's just what I'm trying to establish, a fundamental evidence-backed, right? A fundamental evidence-backed way that we can actually categorize XRP's value. And that is, again, not to say that XRP is in fact worthless. So if you can just provide us that framework, we can just move into something more productive. I want to share this conversation up. I want you to be able to share your views and ideas of what you generally think. And you can actually school me a little bit more about, like, the XRP network. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm nowhere near as knowledgeable as you with regards to the technical aspect of, what cryptocurrencies are. And at the end of the day, I just care about money and monetary, instrument, right? I'm looking at it as money. And, you definitely are way, way more versed and understand, and knowledgeable about these things as the networks. And I want you to actually go into talking about those. So I just want us to clear. I just want you to give us a very basic framework that we can actually characterize the fundamental value of XRP, the token.
Okay. Again, I'll go back to what I've said previously. It is a peer-to-peer, decentralized, censorship-resistant, unconfiscatable monetary unit, right? It is a mechanism by which you can transact with somebody. I can transact with you. Nobody can stop us, barring a rubber hose attack or whatever on the individual ends. I can transact with you. It can't be stopped. Nobody can stop us. I can verify the transactions myself. You can verify transactions yourself. That is the value. A decentralized peer-to-peer replacement for cash, right?
Okay. I think for the purposes of not going in circles again, we're just going to go with that. So, of course, I can't categorize it as a monetary instrument. I don't know how we're gonna move on from this segment, but we have to move on from this segment so we can talk about more productive things.
I can send you some XRP. You can sell that XRP because it has value, and you can do what you want with it. In which case,
I've never argued against. Okay, I think it's okay. I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna say it's a monetary instrument the same way literally every other thing is anything that can actually transfer value. I mean, you can actually say that a Patek Philippe is a monetary instrument as well in that sense, right? Because if I send you a Patek Philippe, you can go to a dealership store and you can actually get your money for it. So, like, I mean, again, I'm just looking at a very fundamental, more probably very philosophical approach, but we can actually come to a conclusion that, so at the end of the day, I believe we're just gonna have to move on from that. But I do appreciate I believe I learned something from all of this, that's actually something that I'm gonna say to win. So I want to talk about other things besides XRP just being money. I want to talk about OP return, because I was seeing the idea, I don't know how that works with XRP that has the functionality. I don't know if I'm wrong with that, but I was seeing it, the functionality of XRP tokens being reversible.
No, you can't. Reversible is in reverse a transaction.
No, okay. Transactions can be blocked because, like, XRP is obviously not decentralized. Let's be honest. It's not that decentralized. The Xrp, the Ripple company, has been going towards decentralization. They've been reducing their number of nodes. But there are how many active validators are there for XRP?
Argument. You can actually check, right? The XRP network.
I think it's about 150. I think it's about 150. And if, you can't, at the end of the day, right? The UNLs, the unique node lists, at the end of the day, are still the ones that have more power when it comes to, like, government decisions. So it's not very decentralized. That's not decentralization. You could argue that it's sort of...
Why is it not decentralized?
Okay, let's try this. It's not decentralized. If some validators, right? If there's unique, if there's a list of validators, right, that actually hold more weight in decisions, right, and in decisions, why would you consider that decentralized, right? At the end of the day,
it's selected
Ripple,
the list of validators selected is a representative.
It represents, but like that's completely different from, like, what you have with Bitcoin, where well, at the end of the day, well, 51%, but, like, Bitcoin, I'm not going to talk too much about Bitcoin, because, like, they've been in this regard, because there's been the growing what we've been seeing with Bitcoin mining becoming more and more centralized, right? Because more of these pools keep getting bigger, and that's why I'm not gonna try to say Bitcoin is this ultra decentralized network, and that's why I was still pointing to you. You said something about there being Bitcoin is in the hands of a few people, and then there are most people can actually access Bitcoin. It's just unfortunately baked into the human psyche. At the end of the day, like, centralization is just going to find its way into even the most decentralized systems, just because like most people can't actually either they can afford it, or they're just not interested enough to be idealistically committed to a network in order to like ensure decentralization. So there's always going to be unfair representation. But I still don't see how XRP with 150 active validators, with UNLs that are actually have some sort of a higher say on like network decisions, can be considered decentralized in any way.
Those
that
UNLs by the rest of the nodes on the network, right? That is why it is decentralized. Those UNLs only have the power that is given to them by the rest of the nodes on the network. It's not like Bitcoin or Litecoin, in which I can, if I have the most hash power, then basically you have to agree with me, right?
I think that's a beautiful thing. I think that's a beautiful thing, isn't it? The fact that like there's so much transparency in that you can literally know when Bitcoin is already starting to run a risk of centralization. I think you would agree with me that that's a good thing, and you can opt out. That's the beauty of having the network being up. But you can't know what.
What is the distribution of mining pools in Litecoin? I know that, for example, with Bitcoin, there's about, I think, 3 mining pools hold more than 50% of the hash power. On Litecoin, it's similar, is it not?
No, I don't. I'm just looking that up because I know recently, right? The Litecoin network has actually been. We've actually been seeing a lot of unknown hash rate, right? Hash power coming from unknown. So I'm just going to look at that.
And pools via
B2.
3 mining pools have about 80% of the hash power of Litecoin. That's not decentralized at all. This is why I say like XRP is far more decentralized than Litecoin or Bitcoin, because
wait. What's your evidence that XRP is far more decentralized than Litecoin and Bitcoin? Can you show me a node distribution?
You'd have to coerce.
I want to see that.
Network.
I want to see it because there's 150 validators, and I want to see the distribution of these validators in a way that you can evidently demonstrate that XRP is in fact more decentralized than this. Because you keep saying this, and you've been saying it over and over and over, when XRP is not even transparent. Ripple is not even transparent enough to let us know. So where can we see it? Because like a lot of XRP stats are not even publicly available.
Of course, it's publicly available. Just look on XRP Scan or xrpl.org. I mean, it's all public. It's a public network. I don't know why you're pretending anything is not public, right? All of this is public.
I haven't seen. I'm not. I might. You use the word pretending. It might just be my personal incredulity, right? It's not everything that is, it's not everything that's, a product of malice.
Cryptocurrencies and not realize that XRP is a public network. I don't believe
because
that.
if you try to check a lot of things about XRP, you won't find it.
Well,
and there's a couple. Oh my God, I'm just trying to
right now, so I don't think that's a particularly good example.
Right. I don't know why that particular one is not opening. Just gonna try to, but it opened before, right? No, that one that showed, this particular one showed a graph. Okay, this is it.
Right. So yeah, so as you can see, 3 mining pools have, what's that, about 85% of the power there. So if I were able to coerce the 3 entities that run those mining pools, I could very easily censor a transaction on the network for a period of time, probabilistically, right? Obviously, other miners may pick it up, but I could take those 3 mining pools and I could say, okay, we're going to run empty blocks, right? And I could majorly disrupt the network. Now, with the XRP ledger, you can't do that because it is not, there isn't, with Litecoin and Bitcoin, there's a single entity for each block that determines what transactions go in the block, right? It's the block miner. With XRP, it's much more decentralized in that there is a set of validators that have to agree, 80% of them have to agree on the candidate set of transactions for that block, right? So it's not one entity, it's out of, on the UNL that most people use as 35, 36, I can't remember, validators on there, and 80% of those have to agree, right? So it would be much harder to censor a transaction on the XRP ledger than it would be on Bitcoin or Litecoin. And if somebody did start doing that, if those 3 mining pools did start acting up, what is the...
Okay, I'm going to say this, right? Okay. So I'm going to say this, right? You can go ahead and share your screen and show this with evidence, but I'm going to say this. Remember, mining pools don't necessarily mean all of the miners are in agreement. It's just people pointing their hash power towards that mining pool to maximize profit. So that's a bit of a bad faith argument there, to act like these mining pools are one entity, like F2 pool is just one entity with all of this mining power. That's a little bit of a bad faith argument. So you
centralized, right? Yeah.
So you can see, you can actually see how that just easily, someone who's not properly knowledgeable about this would not understand how to counter that. But I don't know why you presented it knowing fully well that those are not central hosters of mining machines, right?
Why
it's just a pool of independent mining.
Okay. Let's rewind a bit. Why miners mining with hint? You've already said why.
To boost competitiveness.
Mine with those pools, right? To maximize their rewards. You've already said this, right?
Yeah.
That is protocol incentivizing them to be centralized, right? For them to move to another mining pool or to mine solo is a detriment to them, right? The protocol incentivizes them to be centralized. So in order for them to move away, they have to take some penalty in order to do so, right? The network literally incentivizes the centralization. That is why you have these massive mining pools that control the majority of the hash rate, right? The XRP ledger does not suffer from that flaw because validators are not incentivized by the network to validate transactions, right? They are not paid a reward to validate transactions. They do so for the benefit of the network.
So it's altruistic, right? So I want to visit that by saying this. I want you to show, because you mentioned, you said without any evidence, right? I said earlier before that eventual centralization is something that can be avoided. It's baked into human consciousness. It's just how we work, right? If we look at even the distribution of gold, right, we would say that if we can actually find a way to properly do map the distribution of gold, we're going to see that gold is disproportionately in the hands of wealthy individuals as compared to in the hands of people that are not. It's just how it works. And that's why I said fair distribution, natural adoption has been my favorite talking points for what I consider money, right? Fair distribution and organic adoption. So I understand that and that's why I love what I love about proof of work is that you can sort of see when it's starting to run a centralization risk, right? You can actually see that there's a verifiable way for you to see that and decide to opt out. So I want to see what that looks like for XRP, the XRP network. I want to see what it looks like. These because you've been asserting without any evidence that XRP is in fact decentralized. I want you to demonstrate that. You could share your screen, you could show us the stat, show us where we can find these validators and see in fact that they're decentralized, because there's 150 of them. XRP is about 20 times the market cap of Litecoin, but it has 150 validators. Litecoin has about 900 and something. Of course, it's not tit for tat comparison, but that's just way too little validators. But go ahead and just show everybody how, in fact, more decentralized, XRP is than.
You could do it yourself. You go to livenet.xrpl.org, or I can share the screen here if you.
You could share your screen. That's preferable.
Okay. 1 second. Share. Okay, so you can see the list of validators here, hopefully.
Okay. Yeah, I have to add to stage.
Right. I don't know what you want to know from this.
Yeah, because that's what I want to see, something like a graph, right? I want to see a graph to know who owns what and what owns what. That's it. Like that's the same way that we see with F2 pool and all of this mining power. Mining pools.
There aren't mining pools on the XRP ledger. Like I said, it's decentralized.
Okay, that. Okay, so we can see these validators, and you could just do a little explanation of this.
Okay, so the way that the XRP ledger consensus protocol works is that let's bring up here the Explorer, for example. Okay, so block time is roughly 3 seconds, right? When each block is proposed, you can see here down towards the bottom of the screen here, you see validators voting on the transaction order, right? So the XRP ledger consensus mechanism is actually deceptively simple. If you think about it, go back to proof of work. The main thing that proof of work is solving is the double spend problem, right? You want to be able to have a decentralized system in which you can't spend, you've got whatever, $20 in your wallet. You don't want to be able to spend that same $20 twice, right? You only can spend that $20 once. And on a decentralized network, that means you need everybody to be able to agree that $20 that I sent that $20 to you, and we all agree that, so that I can't then send that same $20 to somebody else. Now, the deceptively simple bit of the XRP ledger consensus protocol is if you can come to an agreement on the order of transactions, then that problem goes away, right? Because if you can agree on the order of transactions, and everybody can see, if I send that $20 to you, then obviously if I try and send it to somebody else, we can all agree that the second transaction is invalid and the first transaction is the valid one, right? So all we're trying to do is work out the order of transactions. So the unique node list, so each node on the network has what's called a unique node list. That is a list of validators that it looks towards for consensus on the transaction ordering. And that's only of significance if there is an edge case or a difference. So say you have a bunch of nodes around the world, the transaction is broadcast to those nodes, and one of the nodes happens to not see that transaction a split millisecond in time before the block closes, so it doesn't see that transaction, right? So the point of the UNL is that node will consult the UNL and say, hey guys, just checking the vote here, which were the order of transactions, which transactions were in that transaction set, and once they have 80% agreement, then the node then goes ahead and applies that transaction set to its own local state, right? So this is the significant difference between the XRP ledger and, say, Bitcoin or Litecoin, and why I say the XRP ledger is more decentralized, because you need, in this case, what's the quorum at the moment? 28. You would need 28 distinct entities to agree on the order of transactions and which transactions are in that network. That means you can't do things like front running, right? You can't have, so on Litecoin, a miner can choose to order the transactions however it wants. It's the miner, it's mined that block. It can choose, you know what, I'm going to put all of my transactions first because that favors me, right? You can't do that on the XRP ledger. It's much more decentralized. You have a consensus of the ordering of transactions. That is the thing that makes the XRP ledger able to have a DEX. That's why it was the first DEX, right? The first decentralized exchange, and it's a limit order book DEX because you can't do front running on it, right? That's why you've not been able to have a limit order book DEX on proof of work networks and proof of stake networks, because you can front run them. There's various workarounds that people have been working on in order to mitigate that problem, but that's why the XRP ledger was the first DEX. Because it was really the only blockchain you could actually, well, it was the only blockchain that supported tokenization anyway at the time. So it was the only one that had actual assets on it that you could trade, but it had a built-in DEX in there as well, right? So hopefully that gives you a bit of an idea and a bit of a flavor of how the XRP ledger works. So again, for something like a proof of work network in which you have miners, then the rules on the network state you must basically obey what the majority, the block producer of that block says. And statistically, that is going to be whoever has the majority of the hash rate, right? And then mining pools incentivize those miners to centralize. And so you have like these, say, on the case of Litecoin, 3 mining pools are able to statistically control whatever it was, about 80% of the transactions there, right? So they could choose to mine empty blocks. That's the simplest example, right? Say those 3 mining pools mine empty blocks. What happens then? The network would statistically see nothing going on. Occasionally, the independent miners would get a block in now and then, but the network would eventually grind to a halt. What happens then? Potentially, those miners that are currently mining with that mining pool decide themselves to take a financial hit and move away from that mining pool to another mining pool, right? It's totally possible. They could choose to, penalize themselves and move to another mining pool. That's within their rights to do that. With the XRP ledger, if there's not a consensus, then you just choose new validators, right? And because there's not any incentive with the validators, you're not actually, losing anything incentive-wise in that case. You don't have to fork the network or anything like that. You can just simply choose a new set of validators, because all they're doing, remember, is ordering the transactions, right? No honest participant should care what the order is, just that it is consistent amongst all of the nodes on the network.
All right. I appreciate your breaking down of XRP's validator process to me. I actually appreciate that. One thing that I actually like is the fact that XRP has actually, in fact, been moving towards reasonable decentralization, right? Because I saw that the Ripple Labs, they had over the years been reducing the number of validators they control. However, a few things I want to say.
Yeah, they control one.
I want to say.
Yeah.
No, okay. Now, a few things I want to say. The first one is this. I would like you to just stop the idea. Just stop saying that, these pools can control the, ordering of transactions or whatever. They could just change whatever they want, whenever they want. Because, again, that's misrepresenting to the audience the idea of these pools, right? Because these pools are not a collection of miners that are just put together in one place, right? These are miners independently mining houses, mining farms, right? Independently sending their hash power together to maximize profit. And so, like, that's not particularly the same with that's why I'm going to say again, it's not fair to be using this distribution of hash power as in mining pools as a way to try to
work. That's literally how the protocol works. It's entirely fair. That's the way the protocol works. Statistically, the blocks are mined in proportion to the mining power, right? And the mining power,
yes, and that's for the distribution process. Oh my God, I can't hear you. Sorry, could you? I didn't hear the last bit.
So statistically, the transactions are mined in proportion to the mining power that the miners have, and those miners are coalesce themselves into mining pools, by which the mining pool operator determines which block is the transactions in that block, right?
Okay. So what's the distribution of the nodes? Because you talked about we can actually look at the distribution of the nodes and miners across in all the proof of work coins like Bitcoin and like Litecoin. So what's the distribution of nodes worldwide, right? What's a way we can actually look at the distribution of nodes worldwide for the for the Ripple network? I want to know.
Yeah, let me just share my screen again. 1 sec. I stopped sharing. Let me bring it back up again. Okay, if you want to bring this back up again.
Sir, I just want to address something. You people in the comments that say that I keep repeating my points and whatnot, I want to remind you that I had to continue to, because I feel like because of we're coming from different angles, right? I had to continue to repeat exactly the point of my argument for him to be able to properly assess them, because he kept missing my point. So I don't know what y'all are talking about with the fanfare. Go watch the entire thing so you can have an accurate representation of exactly why I had to keep repeating myself. Because again, when the point of debates is not that we just keep rambling like kids and just keep talking about 1,000 different topics, right? There's an idea, there's a central point, and it has to be addressed. And a lot of times, because there's a lot of things to say, conversations deviate, and I have to keep bringing back the main point, because that's the idea of a debate, a conversation, is that main point gets addressed. But anyways, go ahead, Mr. Matt, please. You can share your screen and just show us the distribution of
I am now. If you need to bring it up from the stage, should be there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I brought it up.
Well, that's distribution of nodes on the XRP ledger across the world, right? This is what you wanted to see?
Yes, it's what I wanted to see.
Yeah.
I have one more question. I have one more question. Since now this is a thought experiment. Again, first of all, I want to repeat from the beginning. I've never had any problem with the XRP network, with the Ripple network. I stated that from the very beginning. I don't have any problem with the Ripple network. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's faulty.
The Ripple network and the XRP network are totally separate. Just to be clear here. Be clear. We're talking about the XRP ledger network. We're not talking about Ripple network here.
Ripple, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, this is not. I'm not talking about the network. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm talking about the tokens. Like my objections. I'm not saying this particular conversation. My objections from the beginning was never about whether or not the networks are good. It's just about the tokens, the fundamental value of the tokens. Because I know there are a lot of people that their IQ is not sufficient enough to understand points of conversation. So they keep thinking someone is talking about something else. So I've never had a problem with the Ripple network. I understand. I've had a general conception of it being centralized.
We're not talking about the Ripple network. We're talking about the XRP ledger network. We're not talking about the Ripple network. Please be clear on this.
The XRP. Okay. Yes, the XRP ledger network.
Right. This is the XRP ledger.
Yes. This is the XRP ledger, the validators, right? The validators network. That's what we're talking about here. Yes, that's what I'm still saying. We're saying the same thing. I just had to clarify for the people in the chat that I did not have problems with the network, the Ripple network, the ledger network. I don't have a problem with that. Okay.
Network, right. We're not talking about the Ripple network. We're talking about the XRP ledger.
The XRP ledger right now.
Right. Okay. Right. This will be like me trying to talk about Litecoin and talking about the Ethereum network. The Litecoin network and the Ethereum network are totally different. The XRP ledger network and the Ripple net network are totally different. They're different networks. Okay. Right. Different programming run by different people. They're totally different. So please stop saying the Ripple network.
Oh, God. I don't understand the point of what you just said, because I was just trying to say, the only thing I was trying to drive at is I don't have any problem with any network with regards to the Ripple. Right, that's what I'm trying to say. That I only have objections with the XRP token.
This is not the Ripple network. This is
the Ripple network. Okay, fine. The XRP ledger. I don't have any problem with the XRP ledger. I only had problems with the XRP tokens, which, of course, we were beyond that conversation. And now this is more like an education segment, right? This is not the debate. It's an education segment. I don't have any problem with against any of these points we're pointing at, right? We're just sort of like, learning. I said it before we started the segment anyway. So we could talk about this. One of my objections to one of my questions is not really an objection, because again, I don't have a problem with any of these networks. It's never been the point of my debates. The question I have is, since there's only 150 active validators, for example, Bitcoin has about 1 million active validators, right? Reachable validators, about several hundreds of thousands to 1 million active validators, right? So it's very easy to understand that those cannot be centralized. But what's stopping Ripple from, let's say, getting 150 validators, running it across different parts of the world, and pretending it's actually multiple entities that are running these validators? Because I cannot see a coherent reason why anyone will independently run these validators when there's literally no validator incentive, right? So what's stopping this from being the case?
Okay, so let's rewind. I'm going to answer your second point first, because I think it might help you answer the first point, right? So you say, what is the incentive to run a validator, run a node when there's no reward on the network, right? On the Bitcoin network, and I believe on the Litecoin network as well, there is no incentive to run a non-mining node on the network. Anybody can run a node. There's no incentive to run a node on the network. The reason people run the node on the for Bitcoin and Litecoin is the same as XRP. They run a node on the network either for two reasons. One, through altruism, right? They want to actually check the network themselves. They want the network to be strong. Or two, they have a reason to access the network. The only way to access the XRP ledger network without trusting a third party is to run your own node, right? Same as Bitcoin, right? If you're not running your own node, you're trusting somebody else's node, right? Same with the XRP ledger. Same with Litecoin as well. I assume if you're not running your own node, you're trusting somebody else's node, right? So XRP ledger is exactly the same. So the incentive to run a node on the network is either you have a business in which you require access. Maybe you run a wallet, you run an exchange. Most of the nodes are run by exchanges, wallet providers, universities, commercial businesses, bridges, etc., that run stuff on the network. And so that is the incentive to run a node on the network. The first element, which is your first question, which is what is to stop Ripple from basically running a whole bunch of nodes up. Let's go back to what I said earlier. The whole point of the validators is to ensure consistency in the order of transactions. Actually, the word validator is a bit of a red herring here. I will say I wish the word validator was not used. If you use the word sequencer, which is what a lot of the layer 2 networks in Ethereum now use, if you use the word sequencer, it makes a lot more sense, right? Because what the validators, the sequencers on the network do is they ensure the sequence of transactions is consistent, right? So if Ripple were to say take over 150 validators, what are they going to do? They have two options. One, they act honestly and they are in agreement with the order of transactions. Two, they act dishonestly and they continually disagree and basically just cause havoc and say, we're half of our nodes are going to say one thing, half are going to say another thing, so that we don't reach consensus, right? The first scenario, they act honestly, fine. The second scenario, they act dishonestly. Well, remember, it is up to each node who they have on their UNL. So if Ripple are acting dishonestly, then all they do is they move to different validators, right? In the same way that with miners, if the mining pool is acting dishonestly, the miners can move pools. The difference being that with miners, obviously, they're incentivized to be centralized. With the XRP ledger, they're not, right? So they can move to another node. There's no financial difference to them to move to different validators on their UNL, right? Johnny Litecoin says the difference LTC is as an incentive to mine the coin. XRP doesn't have that. That's correct, because XRP, all the tokens are in existence anyway, so there's no mining, right? The incentive to run a node on the network is the same as with Bitcoin and Litecoin, and that is that you want to be able to access the network, right? Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. Yeah. But I was using it because I didn't want to put it in the same category as Bitcoin and Litecoin. That was why I was thinking about running a node in the same way as proof of stake coins, right? Where you get to, like, as a validator, right? You earn, stake a particular amount of coins, and then you get to earn minor rewards and all of that. And since I wasn't thinking,
it's not like proof of stake. A lot of people have that misconception that because they're familiar with proof of stake, which came obviously after longer after XRP. They're familiar with proof of stake, and so they believe that that because, say, Ripple own a large amount of XRP, they control the network. Owning XRP doesn't give you any control over the network at all. It's not like a proof of stake network.
Oh yeah,
that is.
I want you to highlight that even more. I want you to talk about that even more, because I feel like that's one thing that I'm gonna say. Like I said again, this is not the roast of Ripple. Yeah. I feel like I said, I gave props earlier to the fact that Ripple has been, in fact, moving towards decentralizing the nodes. I've actually seen that for a while, and all that. But I want you to particularly explain how this, the fact that Ripple Labs own 40% of the XRP supply, 40-something percent of the XRP supply, doesn't translate to them having central authority over the XRP ledger network, the Ripple ledger network, XRP ledger network. How do you want me to put it, sir?
Yeah,
XRP ledger network. Exactly. So I want you to just explain that, right? Because again, like I said from the beginning, never had a problem with Ripple the XRP ledger network. Only Ripple the token.
Done the thing again,
right?
where I can't hear you. I don't know why it's
God.
done that again. It's just switched. Right. 1 second. Let me just refresh my browser, because that was what fixed it last time. So I'll just be 1 second.
Why are y'all tearing yourselves in the comments, man? Like y'all tearing yourselves in the comments like this whole thing is about fanfare. Like a lot of
I can
people
hear
in the
you.
comments, y'all don't even understand the point of conversations. Like it's like a lot of y'all, I don't even get it. I'm not gonna go into like slander or something, but like I feel like a lot of you should try to pay attention in the comment. I'm talking to the comment, by the way, Matt. A lot of you should try to pay attention to what's being discussed. Like in all of these conversations, a lot of things that a lot of people are like emotionally charged, right? Everyone is cheerleading their favorite internet magic money. So because of that, everyone thinks like it has to be war, and so like people are using that perception to approach this conversation. Like you people should try to listen, right? We're now in the segment where it's just education, and we're talking, like I said from the beginning, I'll repeat it over and over again, I don't have any problem with the XRP Ledger Network. I've only had problems with XRP tokens, which I've made very clear from the beginning. So please, Mr. Matt, go ahead and continue. Give us
Okay.
XRP the token. Yo, XRP the token, not Ripple the token. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so a good place to start, maybe this comment that's on the screen now, UNL is a trusted third party chosen by the XRP Foundation. It's centralized, right? That again is another common misconception. Each node has a UNL, right? Think of it a bit like each Litecoin miner chooses which pool, if they want to mine in a pool, they choose, right? The pool doesn't choose them. Right, Charlie or whoever, somebody within the community doesn't say, "Hey, everybody mine on Antpool." Right, the people are choosing independently. Right now, again, the difference being that with Litecoin and Bitcoin, it's incentivized for them to be centralized, but with the XRP, it's not. Right, so each node chooses its UNL. Now, UNLs are published by several entities. They don't have to use a published one. They can configure it manually themselves. The publishing of UNLs actually is something that came relatively late in the XRP Ledger protocol and was only about 5 or 6 years ago that actually sort of came into existence. But the point being is that there's a number of entities that publish them. So Ripple published one, the XRP Ledger Foundation published one. I used to publish one myself, right? And nodes can choose to use that or not. But all they're doing is using that to come to consensus on the ordering of transactions. If that ordering, if those nodes are being malicious, then they can simply ignore them, right? You have that power. You don't have that power with Litecoin. You can't just ignore a miner, right? Go ahead.
That sounds to me like centralization, because like there's still a lot of the authority that is being transferred like in the hands of these people that are actually making this UNL list, right? It's still going to, the only way we can actually act like it's decentralized is to assume that whatever consensus is being brought about by the people that are publishing this that are deciding these UNLs is the consensus of the entire network. But again, even with 100,
the nodes themselves decides which UNLs they're going to use. So this comment here again that's on the screen, the XRP Foundation can change validator lists in a completely centralized manner without any notice. They can change their list. That doesn't mean I have to agree with that or I have to use that, right? In the same way that if I'm a Litecoin miner and I'm mining with Antpool and Antpool decide to do something bad, I can choose to switch and mine to another pool, right? It's the same thing. The difference, again, being is that I'm incentivized to mine with one particular pool because they can offer me more money. With the XRP Ledger, there's no incentive for me to choose any one validator over another other than they're in consensus, right? That's literally it, right?
Okay. So I want you to just address my question of how we can be entirely sure that this 150, because we both know that there are some cryptocurrency networks, right? So some blockchain networks that sort of like pretend decentralization. It's a fact. Like we've seen that they sort of like run nodes at different places because and sort of like pretend, oh yeah, we're decentralized. Like considering the fact that it's 150 nodes, that appears to me
validators. There's more
150
nodes.
validators. 150 validators. I again 150 validators. The fact there's 150 validators just makes me feel like there's a high probability that it might actually not be. It might just be pretend decentralization. That's just my opinion. I don't have any evidence to back that up, so that's just my opinion.
That's a valid concern, right? That is a valid concern that you have.
Yeah.
What I'll say to that is, one, I mean, empirically, it's not. You know, most of us in the community have met most of the validator operators out there, so we can at least on a social level say it's not, right? Again, that doesn't necessarily fly in the case of protocols and stuff. On a protocol level, the point being is that it actually doesn't matter on the base. And the reason I say that is, should it be Ripple running all of those validators, then what are we asking? What are the validators doing? They're sequencers. All they're doing is voting on the order of transactions. So if Ripple ran all of them, then there's two things they could do. One, they could vote all their validators could vote in consensus. Fine, we go ahead. There's no downside to that, right? There's literally, they're doing their job, right? They're being honest. If they're dishonest and they decide to, half of them disagree with the other, right? Then we can see that. As soon as they do that, it's visible because the consensus is no longer reached on the network, and then nodes can then choose to use other validators, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like
basically what
you'd have to fork the network, right? Or change.
Yeah. So basically what you're saying is you don't see an incentive for why Ripple are going to want to pretend decentralization.
There's no incentive for them to, and if they did,
but I'd argue with you that there's an incentive, because I'd have to make a point. I'd argue with you that there's an incentive because the Ripple they said that and they have been making steps towards decentralizing the validated distribution, which in turn earns them a perception of being fairly decentralized. And considering the fact that you had the CIO, I think it's the CIO of Swift, I'm not really sure, I have to pull that up, saying that there's no chance that that Ripple takes over Swift because competitors are not going to run on on the competitors' centralized rails. Then of course there's an incentive for Ripple, right, to pretend to be decentralized. I think incentives isn't always monetary, right? There's a lot of incentives. It's not the reason why people do things doesn't always have to be about money. There are lots and lots of incentive. And so I want to know why this incentive, because you can see here from Tom Zech. I'm sorry, I'm going to let you talk. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to. You can see what Osama E said here. Ripple's XRP stands alone as the blockchain that's been battle hardened in nearly 5 years of intense regulated scrutiny, proving its resilience like no other. For over a decade, Ripple has been vocal about prioritizing compliance, trust, and interoperability, working hand in hand with global regulators to meet stringent standards while driving innovation in cross-border payments. You can see he said, surviving lawsuit isn't resilience, surviving lawsuit isn't resilience. Neutral shared governance is. Institutions don't want to live on a competitor's rails. And compliance isn't about one company convincing regulators it should be allowed to operate. It's the entire industry agreeing on shared standards that no single balance sheet controls. And so it's a general concern that the fact that XRP Ripple has been seen as very centralized, then that makes there to be an incentive for Ripple to pretend to be decentralized. So I'm not totally agreeing with you on the when you say that there's no incentive for Ripple to manipulate this decentralization, because there in fact is. I'm not saying that definitely means I'm not saying just because that exists means in fact that's the case, right? I'm just saying
one point there in that set of tweets, they talk about decentralized governance. I believe I can't remember the exact wording. Everybody talked about decentralized governance at one point, right? The XRP ledger was the first network with decentralized governance, right? I mean, that's what the amendment voting process is in the XRP ledger, the validators vote on. So it has got decentralized governance. I mean, this is why even companies like Ripple, when they were trying to push through the XLS20 stand for NFTs, it took nearly 2 years, I think it was, for that to actually be ratified, because the rest of the community didn't want Ripple's standard there, right? So Ripple had been outvoted on protocol changes and amendments several times, right? So it's not the fact that, yes, Ripple have influence. Of course, they have influence. They develop a lot, in the same way that any large company in any blockchain ecosystem has influence if they go ahead and build stuff and people use it, right? So I don't think that's quite fair what he was saying there about decentralized governance, because the XRP ledger has got decentralized governance there. But I agree that no bank's going to use, competitors' rails, which is why I think things like XRP Ledger have value, because it's not a competitor's rails, right? It's a decentralized network. Go ahead.
Okay. So I want to say something on the point of centralization. You said something just now that, of course, they're going to have some sort of control, because, of course, they built a network that is this big and all of that, right? I don't know if am I getting you correct what you just said?
Yeah, I believe yeah.
Okay, so and I guess that's the whole point of decentralization and the way we want it, right? Like I said earlier, right? Humans, we generally the general the psyche of humanity, humans in general, is we generally tend towards centralization, right? No matter how you want to create some sort of decentralization, assets control generally flows towards a central authority. I don't know why that is. It's the mystique of being humans, right? Like I mentioned with with gold, and now that there's a lot of gold with more wealthy people than it's also the same with how about 10% of American households own about 90% of equities. I don't know if I'm exactly correct with that, but there's a stat that is similar to that, right? So and the idea is and what I'm trying to argue now is, based off of this, is at least, right, let it be that the sort of centralization that this network is getting is one that is not coming from the creators, right, but rather from this totally fair process of humans deciding to give up control to something by reasons that probably they do not control, right? Because it's not a lot of people that are financially buoyant enough to run mining rigs. I cannot run a mining rigs. I don't have that money. Right. So, of course, by virtue of that, those that actually have the money are gonna mine. Right. So that's centralization that I have no way of actually so I generally gravitate towards preferring networks that their centralization is sort of one that is just like acquired through this fair humanistic process, rather than one that is literally inherently implied by the fact of the people that own that thing being the creators. And that's where my preference sort of lies in this. However, I appreciate the fact that I've learned a lot from the way you broke down these. Okay, go ahead, man.
I totally agree with you on that, and that is my reason why I dislike things like Bitcoin and Litecoin, because you have to the miners are the ones that effectively have the wealth, right? You have to have wealth in order to set up mining rigs, right? You can mine solo, obviously. You can go and buy a small little mining rig and piss around with that, but in order to have any significant value and accrue significant wealth, you have to have more wealth, and the more wealth you have, the more rewards you get, right? And so it is yet again another thing of the rich becoming richer. The XRP Ledger, again, doesn't have that, right? You could run a validator and you could be on a UNL used by everybody in the same way that some big company is, right? There's no difference. There's no reason why I would choose a big rich company versus you sat there in your bedroom running it, other than meritocracy, other than your node being up, being available, being in consensus, etc. Right? If you run a good node, you run a good node. And that's how people have ended up on the UNLs that are published by people like the XRP Ledger Foundation and also Ripple, is they've been in the community and they've run good nodes. And so people have said, hey, you know what, we're gonna add them to our UNL, right? It's a completely social, decentralized process by which that has happened. That's the point of it. And that is kind of like, ultimately, I mean, my thesis here with all blockchain stuff is ultimately everything boils down to social consensus, right? In the fact that you choose to use Litecoin, I choose to use XRP, or I choose to use Bitcoin, or you choose to use Bitcoin, or whatever, Ethereum, or whatever it might be, right? Ultimately, as humans, we decide what things these have value, right? And the biggest litmus test, I say, especially more towards Bitcoin maximalists, is which is the real Bitcoin, BTC, BCH, or BSV? And they'll go, oh, well, BTC, of course. And I say, well, why? Well, because we decided it was, right? There's no technical reason. And actually, a lot of people will argue that BSV is technically the real Bitcoin because it's got a more linear, fork history than the others, and that, Blockstream forked it, whatever. I don't want to get in that conversation. Craig Wright's a fucking idiot anyway. So, but the point being is that BTC is chosen to be Bitcoin because of social consensus, right? So we could equally decide that something else is Bitcoin. And if we all agree on that or believe hard enough, then that thing will be Bitcoin, right? So ultimately it comes down to social consensus. So anything around proof of work or proof of stake is kind of meaningless, because at the end of the day, we could all create a new network and decide this is the new network we're going to use. So that's kind of my view on why I don't believe that proof of work long term really adds value. And that in my mind comes right the way full circle back to your questions about intrinsic value and what is the intrinsic value of XRP, et cetera, is that it is this is this mechanism of transferring value. I'm not going to say money, okay, but a mechanism for transferring value between two people that is censorship resistant, is decentralized, is fast, efficient, cheap, et cetera, to use. And that is the value in it.
Okay, so I guess that means that at the end of the day, right, the way we're gonna do it is we're gonna say, okay, things like, also, by the way, you said something about us having to choose and decide which Bitcoin is the particular true Bitcoin chain. And I'm gonna argue against that by saying, well, maybe we don't have to choose one, right? Maybe all of them can actually work, and we could sort of like use
work. They can all, yeah, they can all work as
like they can all work. They can actually
say Bitcoin specifically. I'm meaning the term Bitcoin. Whenever you mention the term Bitcoin in the news, it refers to BTC, and that is a social consensus.
Okay,
right? We decide that when I say Bitcoin, I mean BTC, and I don't mean BSV, right? And that is a social. Now, there's some BSV people that will say Bitcoin means BSV. They're very much in the minority and have basically been like outvoted by society, right? That when we say Bitcoin, we mean BTC. So again, this is my point. It comes down to social consensus.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna just come to the social consensus between the both of us that it's all about memetics, right? I've been trying to be very conscious of how this conversation went, because I've never really been interested in trying to own anybody or trying to whack anybody from the start. And that was particularly why I introduced the conversation about the network. So like we could talk more about stuff that I know you generally prefer to talk about, as opposed to just talking about like a philosophical position of intrinsic inference of value. And that's why I decided to say that, because like, again, that's the point of this whole thing, is to have these conversations, difficult conversations where we get to, communicate, we get to learn, and we get to like have fun. That's the whole point of this whole altcoin season tour. And today I've learned a lot, actually. I've learned a lot about the Ripple network. I've learned a lot more about how the validators operate and everything. I did not agree with your idea that it is decentralized, more decentralized than Bitcoin, because again, the validators, just about 150 of them. It's not a lot of them, and there's a possibility that it's fake. You said there's no incentive, but again, there might not be financial incentive for pretend decentralization, but of course that doesn't mean there are no other incentives, which I actually highlighted. So, and also there's just that of you're talking about the mining pools and everything. So we also talked about all of that, right? And so, oh my god, I had something I wanted to drive at, and I got lost in trying to buttress the point of me not agreeing with. But anyways, the point of everything is we've been able to have this conversation, and more importantly, appreciate the fact that I've been able to learn a bit more about the Ripple network. At the end of the day,
the XRP Ledger network.
Okay, I want you to make that difference. I want you to make that difference. Educate. What's the difference between the Ripple network and the XRP Ledger network? I want you to make that different.
They're two different networks. It's like, what's the difference between Ethereum and Litecoin? They're different networks, right?
So who owns the Ripple network?
Ripple, right?
Okay.
That's a total.
And what do they use it for?
It's not use XRP. It's not a blockchain. It's a separate private network. RippleNet is a separate network by banks. It's not a blockchain. It's not decentralized. It is built to be, regulatory compliant. It's a totally separate network. It's written in Java. The XRP Ledger is written in C++. They're maintained by different teams. They're totally different, right? The XRP Ledger network is separate to the Ripple network. They're totally different. In the same way that Ethereum is different to Litecoin. They're different networks. It's like if we had this conversation and I kept saying Ethereum instead of Litecoin, right? You'd start to understand that they're totally separate, totally different.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. Actually, I appreciate that because I've actually been thinking about it as like, the same way we can like run multiple tokens on the same blockchain. So I just thought maybe, the banks were using like some other, it's the same network, but like the banks just using it differently, probably like running layer 2. So yeah, that's a very good explanation. But that also still says that also still,
be a little might be a little more understandable is if you're aware of what's Blockstream's network called? Liquid, right? Liquid is a totally separate network. I think it's Liquid by Blockstream. It's a totally separate network, used directly peer to peer. It's the analogy is not quite right, but it's a totally separate network, right?
Yeah, that's it. And that actually, unfortunately, right, I feel like that even argues further against the value of XRP, because if the banks are adopting the repo network, and that's like a totally private, network that they're using to do, their, financial, activities, and they're not actually using XRPL, then that even argues that there is even a further disconnection from the, success of the repo network from what the XRP token holders get. So like there's a further disconnect from that because it's not even the same network.
Yeah, and what I will say to that is RippleNet, like Swift, is a messaging network, right? Ripple Network and Swift are both messaging networks, right? With RippleNet and with Swift, I can say, right, I want to pay you $100. Now, it doesn't actually transfer that value; it just transfers the intent across, right? That's what Swift does. So then at a later point, our banks reconcile, right, in some way. Now, because we're on different sides of the planet, then they might go through some intermediaries or whatever. They might have what's called a correspondent banking system that they use, and they reconcile, and eventually that money gets reconciled through, right? But Swift and RippleNet are messaging networks. The XRP ledger allows you to actually transfer value and do settlement. So they are different things. They solve different problems. So just saying that the banks are using RippleNet and not using XRP is a bit like saying that we're using email and not Litecoin, right? I mean, I can send you an email saying, "Hey, here's 10 LTC." That doesn't mean you suddenly have 10
it's
LTC.
not the same. That's a false analogy. That's a very false analogy, right? Because let's look at it. What are the things that most XRP holders, what do they point to when they're trying to like talk about why people should buy XRP? Do they or do they not point to the success or the progresses that Ripple is making towards like towards like onboarding the banks and all of that? Do they not point to that?
A lot of them do. A lot of them do. Yeah.
Okay.
Do anybody
that buy Litecoin point to like email as like a reason why they are? So it's a very false analogy, right? Because they are fundamentally separate from each other, while Ripple and XRP Ledger, although they're completely different networks, like you have iterated over and over again, which I agree, and I think that's totally great. I'm very grateful that you actually gave me that education. They're not still perceptionally seen as different, right? In the terms that the success of the Ripple network is being used by a lot of holders to validate why their XRPs are worth something.
Okay.
So I feel like this explanation you've done has just even further deviated XRP from any sort of fundamental value we could have accrued to it based off of whatever success the Ripple network or Ripple as a company is actually getting.
So let's try this analogy a little further. So I said that I can send you an email saying here's 10 LTC, right? Let's say that we all start doing this, right? We all just send what is the next logical step in that process to evolve that system, rather than me just sending you an email that you have 10 LTC. What's the next logical step in that process? The next evolution of that system, rather than just me telling you you have 10 LTC. What is the next logical step in that evolution of that process?
Go ahead and answer.
I actually send you 10 LTC, right? So rather than just sending you an email saying here's 10 LTC, I actually do a transaction on the network saying here's 10 LTC, right? Take that forward to what's happening with Ripple and the banks and stuff like that. So Ripple, working with the banks that historically have been very risk averse. There's been regulatory concerns as to what they can and can't do. They're working with remittance companies in different countries, have different jurisdictions, different things they have to abide by. So the first step has been they've been using something like RippleNet to be able to do the messaging in the same way that they have been with Swift, but RippleNet is bidirectional, whereas Swift historically was only unidirectional. I don't know if that's changed now, right? But it's much better messaging on RippleNet, much more advanced network, modern network than Swift, which is 60 years old, right? So you could do that transaction, that communication, but then the next step you want to do is to actually settle that transaction, move the value. That's where the XRP ledger comes in. So Ripple are basically, think of Ripple as almost like a Trojan horse into the financial system to get these companies familiar with these concepts, and then later on coming along and saying, okay, you've talked about transacting, backwards and forwards. Now you can actually do it, right? I'm not just going to email you and say, here's 10 LTC. Now I'm actually going to transfer 10 LTC to you, right? It's the same with XRP, Ripple, the XRP ledger as well.
Okay. So again, you've made, I mean this in the most respectful way. You've made the mistake of completely misunderstanding the exact point of what I'm saying, right? Because I did not ask for an explanation of the differences between these two things, right? I was talking about the the perceptional relevance, right? Because again, the beginning of the debate from the very foundation of this debate was whether or not XRP had any fundamental value, right? And we've not been able to come to any consensus about that. Yeah. So I'm just saying. So what I was now saying is, since you've explained to me that the Ripple network and whatever it's doing is completely separate from the XRP ledger, which is what you just finished explaining again, right? They're different. I'm saying that further divulges any attributable value between them. That's pretty much saying, because of that, we can even say that now even more the Ripple network even matters less to the value proposition of XRP. But like I said that, and you went ahead to explain to me the difference, which is pretty much, I agree with you that there's a difference. I'm not disagreeing there's no difference. I'm just saying that difference.
I'm going to explain to you the relationship between them, not just the difference, but how the use of one logically will lead to the adoption later down the line of the other, right? Not necessarily
logically or presumptuously or logically, because like you're presuming, right? Presumption is different from logic, because what we are seeing so far, what we're seeing so far is a lot of because I've given credit to Ripple, the network, for adopting more of these banks on their more of this allow more of this institutions to use the Ripple network, but like they've not been touching the XRP. So logically, we cannot assume based on logic that this is going to be the case later. It doesn't mean we can say, in fact, that it will never happen. But again, there's just no reason to infer that into the future if after like 13, 14 years it hasn't happened.
But they are starting to use it. That's the point, right? Now
they are. Is there a statistic you can point? Is there a statistic you can point? Because I like the fact that you were able to like show with, again, like I said, my point has never been trying to own anybody, right? I like the fact you were able to show the node distribution. I could learn from something from that, and I could also communicate my disagreement. So I'd like, with this one, I'd like you to show some sort of like statistics to like back that up, that in fact, or some sort of like fact you can use to back that up, that in fact the banks that have been using Ripple are now starting to use XRP itself.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at Ripple's main Twitter account, for example. That's probably the most concise point where you can see like Ripple, because they report it whenever anything comes in. So BBVA, for example, Thunes as a payment provider. There's a number of entities on there. I mean, this is just in the last couple of weeks that are announcing that they are using things like the XRP ledger for tokenization, or they're using it for settling payments, right? Ripple are also positioning themselves a lot as a custodial for cryptocurrency, right? In the same way that there's a number of institutional custodial providers for Bitcoin, and I presume some for Litecoin as well, right? There's a lot of Ripple are positioning themselves a lot as a custodial provider because they already have the relationships with these big financial entities. So it kind of makes sense when these financial entities say, "Hey, look, we're interested in getting into this whole crypto malarkey. Where do we start?" Well, who are they going to go to first? The people they already have the relationship with, that they know because they're on the front page of the newspaper every week talking about this stuff. that they know that are going to be doing stuff with cryptocurrency. So that's who they're probably going to gravitate towards. Again, this is all speculative, but then so is everything in cryptocurrency at the moment, right?
yeah. At the end of the day, it's all dubious speculation, which is one thing we all pretend, as if it's not the case, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's all fundamentally anything about these tokens, these coins, fundamentally is still a product of speculation, dubious speculation, like it or we don't. So now, I want us to talk about XRP, and we'll soon start rounding up the conversation. I believe you have things that you might want to do later, so let's just start rounding it up. I also want to talk about XRP from stock to flow, right? And again, this is my perception of XRP. What I think about XRP. I think XRP is heavily manipulated, and my argument is based off of from stock to flow, right? So if you think about, are you conversant with stock to flow?
Yeah.
Of course. So, I mean, stock to flow basically is to make it extremely simple, right? It's like when you're trying to if you want to control the price of an asset, right? You want to send the price of an asset up. You want to be able to predict how much more of that asset will be issued once you start sending the price up, because you don't want your supply to get diluted on your hand. And that's why something like gold, I think the stock to flow is about 2%, right? And that's why gold is so easy to push the price up as compared to something like palladium or all this other minerals where all these other metals where their stock to flow could be something like 150%. So if you start pushing the price up, they're just gonna go mine more and dump it on on the market, right? Crashing the price with it. So the idea of stock to flow and how that translates to Bitcoin is the fact that the supply of Bitcoin is totally predictable. Yeah. So you can know exactly how much is being issued when that reduces, how much is being issued, how much is to be issued over this time. So you can know how you're going to move the price, because at the end of the day, fundamentally, all these asset prices are being manipulated. It's not in a malevolent way that most people like to think about it, but at the end of the day, the people with the most deep pockets are the ones still pushing the prices of this asset. So, and that's the stock to flow thesis for Bitcoin, right? And the stock to flow thesis for Litecoin. So I want to know what the stock to flow thesis, and it's the same also for something like Solana, right? I mean, because how much inflation is happening with all of these, right? With Solana, with Ethereum, and all of this. So I want to know how the stock to flow model for XRP is, because I believe personally that, I mean, if I was in imagine I'm just using this for illustrative purposes, okay? I'm not inferring this is exactly how it happens. But imagine if I'm in a community of very deep-pocketed people who are trying to move the price of XRP up, knowing the fact that the XRP, the Ripple Labs controls about 40-something% of the supply, right? How can I be 100% sure that more Ripple is not going to be dumped on my head when I'm, trying to push these prices up, if I do not have an insider knowledge, right? An absolute certainty from the people that are holding this remaining XRP that they are in fact not going to dump it, because the market is not going to do something based on we hope they don't, right? The market has to be absolutely certain before it makes a move. And that's why I think, again, this might just be personal incredulity. I'm looking forward to hearing what your rebuttal towards that is. So I think because of this, I can't see a way that XRP's price is moving without insider manipulation.
So okay, so stock to
manipulation collaborating with insiders. Yeah, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so stock to flow is okay. It's a little bit problematic trying to apply stock to flow to XRP, and I'll explain why. The simplest reason for explaining why is that all 100 billion XRP that will exist and will ever exist has already been issued. It's already been on the blockchain. It's all been involved in at least one transaction. It has all been issued, right? So a small amount is burnt, a tiny amount is burnt in transaction fees in each transaction. So it's ever so slightly deflationary. Then you've got the usual stuff of people losing keys and yada, yada, yada that you may potentially say is a deflationary aspect of it. But unlike, say, Bitcoin or Litecoin, there's not an emission schedule for XRP. It was all emitted right at the start. It was all minted right at the start. So your stock to flow is zero or infinite, depending on which way you round you put it. There's a amount, well, yeah, it'd be infinite, wouldn't it? Because it's stock divided by flow, isn't it? So the flow is zero. So you know, you get divided by zero error there, you get logical, you know, inconsistency. So, you know, there's nothing there. Now, some people may say, okay, what about Ripple's holdings? And how does that factor into stock to flow, right? So Ripple as a company owns a large amount of XRP. Now, there's two ways, again, to look at this. One is that the majority of their XRP is in escrow, and it's a rolling escrow contracts of which they put it in many years ago. They voluntarily put a whole bunch of XRP in escrow, and each month, 1 billion XRP is unlocked from that escrow. They normally take about 200 million, something like that on average from it, and they relock 800 million back up in another escrow in sort of at the end of the queue, which is about 4 or 5 years time, right? So they have this sort of rolling queue that they do, right? Now, again, this is Ripple's XRP. This is not like emissions. This is like Ripple's own XRP. This is somewhat analogous to, say, the amount that like MicroStrategy and Sailor, right? So you could say, okay, well, Ripple still get a billion each month. They could dump it on the market. Okay, yes, they could do, but they're going to harm the price of the rest of the XRP that they own, right? If they're the biggest holder, they're the biggest loser if they, you know, make, you know, detriment to the price. Go ahead.
Okay, I say two objections. First of all, it's not analogous to this you know, saying if Sailor sold, because Sailor bought. And I feel like that's where the fundamental difference, and that's why I keep talking about like how Sailor bought.
Ripple
no, they didn't buy.
Well, they effectively did. They bought earlier.
From
right?
who?
Well, you could say
From
Satoshi.
From
the sellers, the original creators.
You can say Satoshi bought. You can't say you can't even say Satoshi bought. What you mean bought? He created it, right? It's mining. It's like if you take your mining machine, your mining machines and you go mine gold, right? There's a cost to the production of that gold. I'm sorry,
what did it cost for to get 1 million Bitcoin? How much did it cost him to get 1 million Bitcoin?
I don't know the exact amount, but right, there's computational power during the mining process, right? There's a computational cost,
right? $100, $200, something like that, right? It was worth nothing. I don't
know.
Mining fees were cost him a few $100. I don't know. We could say that.
But
Satoshi,
the point is, there's a if, because first of all, when Satoshi started mining, and particularly Litecoin, is one of the things that makes me you know, a very huge Litecoin supporter, is the fact that, you know this, of course, that when the Litecoin mining was about to begin, Charlie left it up to a community vote. So the community decided when they wanted to start mining Litecoin. Right. So at that point, right, if you decided to plug in your miners and you had all of the, you know, computational power, you know, as that equals that of Satoshi, like you increase and decrease your computational power as much, then factually speaking, you'd have as much coins for as much cost as it costs him to get his. Right. And that's it. So that's the cost of creation. It's not necessarily the same as buying. But again, that's part of the things that allows there to be an objective way to in fact say that Litecoin and Bitcoin and these things were fairly distributed, and they were not allocated the same way you can say you know, XRP was just allocated, was not distributed. So like, I just want us to keep it honest, and you know, again, I don't think it takes away too much from XRP considering what it already is.
There's no real difference in that there's entities at the early stages of all of these networks that own a large amount of tokens. They got for
there's no practical, there's serious difference. There's no practical possibility that you could have gotten any amount of XRP at that time. There was no open chance. The password
the source code. The password was in the source code. It's there. It's in the document.
And how many
on the chat?
And how many people saw that document? How many people was it broadcasted to? That's what I'm saying. Is disingenuous, right? If I decide to say, okay, I want to do a fair coin, I want to do a fair distribution. Just listen, right? I'm creating a coin. It's a fair coin, right? I'm gonna compute. I'm gonna release the source code and everything. I'm just gonna release it on a website that only myself and my team knows about, and then I'm gonna go ahead and take all. They took literally the entire supply. then can I go ahead and now say, yes, I have done a fair distribution? Let's be intellectually honest here. That is just foundationally flawed. It's not even possible.
Disingenuous. No, you're saying you're going to create some little thing and not tell anybody about it. This was literally the second blockchain. This was all discussed on blockchain chat, BTC chat, right? This was all public stuff, right? Anybody could see this. Anybody could do it.
How many people? And how many percent? That's what I'm asking. How many percent of the XRP got in the hands of anyone besides the insider and the team?
How many people were buddies with Satoshi when he launched Bitcoin, right? If you were buddies with Bitcoin with Satoshi at the start, you could have got 1 million Bitcoin as well yourself, couldn't you? If
there was anybody of anyone who was buddies with Satoshi would probably know who Satoshi is. I feel like that doesn't still change the point. That doesn't still change the fact that it is factually demonstrable that you could have had a fair shot at getting your hands on as many Bitcoins as you want if you actually actively participate. There's an evidential, factual basis for that. But there is nothing like that for XRP. They published the source code. How many people got it?
Well, that's
how many people got it?
Different argument.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. No, they got literally 100%. Okay, if they got 40%, I get it. Satoshi has like 5% or less.
They got 80%. It wasn't 100%. It's still a large amount.
80%.
80%.
Like
right?
It's not a fair distribution process. That's not a fair distribution process.
Move on from this because I have this issue with fair distribution.
We need to move on from it.
So let's move on.
It's not about belief. It's about what's factually
correct.
But let's just
put that you didn't, right? Anybody could have mined Bitcoin. You didn't, right? So it's the same thing, right? That's the reality of it. Again, you're trying to look at back then through the lens of now, right? You need to look at it of the lens for back then as to what was happening back then. Who was involved with cryptocurrencies? 12 people, right? 100 people, right? It wasn't a big thing, right? So to go and say, well, it could be a fair distribution, none of these cryptocurrencies would have been a fair distribution at the time. That's why Satoshi has 1 million, right? And you don't.
Fair.
Because
again, you're making this mistake. You're making this mistake of misconstruing centralization of supply with fair distribution. It's not the same. Centralization of supply is not the same as fair distribution. It's not. If everyone had the first chance to get it and some went to get it first, that's centralization of supply. It's not the same as unfair distribution. Did Satoshi publish it? There's a question here. Did the Ripple publish the XRP source code on a public forum in the same way that Satoshi published the source code for Bitcoin when he wanted to start mining the Genesis block? Did it happen?
Yes.
What public forum was that?
GitHub. And BTC Talk. Yeah, GitHub, BTC Talk, and the XRP forum, Ripple forum.
I've got to go look into that. I have to go look into that.
Questions about creating.
I really have to go
on the Talk forum, right? Go on to Bitcoin Talk and you'll see Jed McCaleb, Arthur Brito, David Schwartz talking about creating.
I want you to go ahead. Go ahead.
XRP was created.
Go ahead and explain how all of it.
You can go onto Bitcoin Talk forum and you can see those discussions, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm like, go ahead and explain how people were able to get, because we see what happened with Tenebrix, right? Where the founder sort of pre-mined some of the supply, and we see what happened when it was still allowed, when it was still released for people to be able to get access to it. There was still a fair representation of how people could actually get access to the opportunity to get it, right? But I want to know how that Ripple, how XRP was done in that context. That's what I want to know. And at the end of the day, what you're just saying is you're just saying, oh yeah, they created it, they let some people know about it, and they went ahead to start getting everything before anyone even had the chance to get it. That. That's not the same as fair distribution. It's just not fair distribution. Let's be honest. It's just not fair distribution. I mean, I'm not a dishonest person.
Anybody had the opportunity to take it, right? I mean, Satoshi talked about Ripple, right? I mean, this is all is in the email archives. It's in the forums at the time. Again, you're trying to apply today's like world, was it distributed on Twitter? No, it wasn't, because it didn't exist back then, right? So this is or existed in a much smaller way, rather. Sorry, but these things were discussed in the forums at the time, which were predominantly the Bitcoin Talk forum.
And what was the time between? There's a lot that's going to go into this, because again, the way it was distributed is in a way that it's like me saying this, right? Imagine this, picture this. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to go back to my previous analogy where I said that I create a coin. Yeah, I put it on a website, and then I go post about it on X, and then I go start claiming some of the supply before the post even has the ability to get to anybody. I can buy that merit claim, just like you're claiming that I have done a fair distribution. But we both know that, logically speaking, that is not a fair distribution.
This is not 2011 now. This is 2025, right? You're still trying to look at it through today's lens.
No. Okay, let's move back. Change the parameters. It's still the same argument. Change the parameters to the same argument. Imagine me, 2011, right? I go create my own coin. Then I go on the Bitcoin forum. I post it that it's available, and before it even has, and mind you, Bitcoin forum had way less users than X. I mean, even using X even makes your point easier. But like on Bitcoin forum, everybody there, and I immediately go claim some of their supply for myself before anyone even gets the chance to look at it. That's not fair distribution. Let's be honest. There's no need for us to pretend that there is fairness. That's in fact the best.
From the Genesis wallet, there are about 70 accounts that claimed from the Genesis wallet, right? Okay, so
yeah,
how many people were into crypto back then? Not a huge number, right? Not a huge number. Again, you're trying to see it through today's lens. You go back then to 2011, right? Most people were trying to think, hey, if I do this shit, I'm going to get arrested, right? So most people are not even. The creator of XRP himself, David Schwartz, did not take any XRP himself because he was afraid that he was going to get arrested. Right? He had the ability to,
so
but he didn't.
Through Ripple. But he took it through Ripple. I guess that's the idea. I mean, that's what anyone would do if they wanted to, escape any form of regulatory, enforcement liability. If you wanted to do anything, I guess that's what you're gonna do. But I'm gonna say again, it's
that's a bit of a shit argument.
I don't understand. Go ahead. Repeat what you just said. I didn't hear it. You were glitched low.
You're saying that's what somebody would do to get out of regulatory, problems, and I'm saying you're talking about the company that's had the biggest regulatory intervention of any.
No,
crypto.
Personally, that's the company. That's the company, right? That's why he didn't take it personally. He took it to the company. Yeah, because he didn't get it. It's not me. It's the company. They've been fighting Ripple, not David Schwartz. That's what we're talking about, right? So I don't know why you said it's a shit argument. We're literally saying, you just said what I said was a shit argument, and then you repeated what I just said. That's why they've been fighting. If he took it for himself, they probably would have been fighting David Schwartz and not Ripple, the company. But they're fighting Ripple, the company, and not David Schwartz. So we're saying the same thing. But you're just saying that I'm making a
regulatory.
Let's just.
Ripple was regarding Ripple's sale of XRP to institutional investors, right? Nothing to do with anybody personally. If you did it personally, it probably wouldn't have been an issue, right? It was Ripple selling to institutional investors. That was the case that the SEC brought up. Was
the securities problem,
right? Whereas an individual, that is not going to be an issue for them if they're not selling to, institutional investors, right? But anyway, we've got distracted. I feel we should go back to what we were talking about, which I've even forgotten.
We've got very distracted, bro. We've gone 360. We went like this. We went all the way around. Man, I just want to say at the end of the day, right? I've really been trying to be conscious of the conversation because I've never been interested in trying to own or try to you understand what I mean. It's not the combative style of debate that has been my focus, right? I just want to say first of all, I appreciate you explaining again the difference between the Ripple network and the XRP ledger to me, right? I'm gonna say that, and I also say that I'm gonna give you that the fact that in fact Ripple has been making some strides towards decentralization. I'm going to give you that. However, I'm going to say my bot still remains that there's a possibility that decentralization, since it's just 150 validators, there's a possibility, that might be fake. I'm not saying that means in fact it is fake, but that's just what I think.
And my rebuttal
is a possibility.
it doesn't matter. My rebuttal to that is that it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It doesn't.
If they're faking it, if they are faking this decentralization, then I can't call it decentralized. It does in fact matter. That's in fact the subject matter of what we're talking about. Them being decentralized. If I'm saying they're decentralized, I mean, think about this, right? If I'm saying I've got $100 million, and if someone says I have $100 million, I'm like, no, and I split it into this 100 different shell accounts. It's still mine, right? I still have $100 million. So I can't go ahead and say, oh yeah, I have it in all this shell account. Therefore, I don't have it. No, I still have $100 million. It's just in the shell accounts. So yeah, if in fact, I'm not saying it is in fact fake centralization. That's what I'm saying. I don't impose things that I cannot evidently prove. I do not have any way to prove that Ripple owns all of these 150 validators. I don't have any evidence for that. I'm just saying that it's sort of like in the Schrodinger's position in my mind where, yeah. So I'm not going to infer that as the fact that I'm not going to infer that as a fact. I'm just going to say, if it's centralized, I think there's a possibility that it might just be fake decentralization. However, if it is in fact real decentralization, I must give serious kudos and serious props to Ripple for actually doing that, because like that's pretty much being one of the general perceptions of Ripple being extremely centralized. So I appreciate you for actually going over with that. However, you know, I'm also happy that you were able to like share some further breakdowns and further explanations for other things. Now, and for the part that we haven't been able to get any consensus on, and I really hoped we could get some consensus on it, is the main point of the argument. That is the fact that it can be classified as a monetary instrument. I hope we could just come to a conclusion of what we can classify it as, but it's probably going to just be in this gray area. That's what I think, since we can actually demonstrably prove, we can demonstrably categorize it as money or any of these other things. Yeah. And the final one is in the stock to flow. I still believe that, not believe, right? You made a very good point with the stock to flow, where you said that the market, that Ripple has less incentive, according to you, to dump their XRP tokens, because if they dump their XRP token, they're hurting the market, right? But again, that's probability, and the market,
right, they're hurting
the market,
themselves. Dump and lower the price. They hurt. Now, bear in mind that the entire security model of Litecoin and Bitcoin is based upon people not wanting to hurt themselves financially. Hopefully, this is something you can understand, that Ripple would not want to themselves. That's why they're not going to dump.
But that's probability. That still remains probabilistic. Are you sure of the mind of the Ripple execs? It's still an assertion about someone's mind state. It's an assertion. It's probabilistic. Exactly. The fact that the market is not going to bet on probabilities. Nobody is going to trust that anybody, no matter how reputable the person is, no one's going to trust that anybody cannot do anything. That's one of the things that as humans, people that we're striving we're striving for to be more knowledgeable. One of the things we of course, we're not going to try to assume anybody's intentions. I have to be 100% certain that person is in fact not going to do that thing, and it still remains a probability. The only way I can be 100% certain, or not 100% certain, but certain enough to move with my money, is if I get like assurances from the people, in fact, that they're not about to do this. So that's why I believe XRP is just completely manipulated. But go ahead.
Now, remember though that the majority of that holding is in escrow, so they can't dump it, right? So the majority.
Exactly. I want you to. Gabriel Mara says you will not go against your own interest, and that's a fundamental. That's a philosophical. You don't make that assumption. It's very philosophical flawed, because you say
Bitcoin and Litecoin is based on that you won't go against your own interest, right?
You won't go against your own interest. But it's like we can't say how can you, even bringing it down to the basic. I'm not even going to say it's probabilistic. You cannot still say that for anybody. How do you know if I can go against my own interest? This podcast might in fact be against my interest, and I'm doing it. People hurt themselves.
Yeah. People will do. What you're mishearing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
I'm talking about the comment, not you. I'm talking about the comment. I was addressing the comment, not you.
agree with that. I agree with that. The point here that I'm making is that the entire of Litecoin and Bitcoin, their security model, the entire security model is based upon the assumption that you will not go against your own interest, right? That's what the security model is based on. If people will go against their own interest, not saying they will, but if they did, then the security model breaks, right? The entire security model of Litecoin is based upon you not going against your own interests, right? So for somebody to say that, whatever, I don't know whether Ripple's going to go against their interests or not, et cetera, fair enough. But you have to also acknowledge the fact that the entire of Litecoin is based upon people not going against their own interests.
I'm talking about stock to flow. I was talking about that in particular, with particular regards to stock to flow. That's why, my point was that stock to flow, you know exactly how much of this thing is getting into the supply, so you know how to control the supply and push the price up. That's stock to flow, yeah. But it doesn't apply to Ripple, because you have this 40-something billion XRP sitting in this Schrodinger's escrow, where we're sort of probabilistically, we sort of understand probabilistically what they're gonna do, right? So we're not certain about what they're gonna do with it. So the market's not gonna move on probabilities. I just entirely based off of stock to flow. The only way that people with deep pockets are gonna end up pushing the value of these things, this thing that has 40-something% of it locked in the hands of some people, is if they are absolutely certain that those ones are not going to move. And probability just doesn't cut it. Even if the probability is 95%, that 5% is still a risk. They have to be certain. And that's why I believe that there is some insider manipulation going on with XRP, because stock to flow, it just doesn't make sense why anybody would naturally want to push something that Ripple owns 40-something% of.
Two points here. One, the probabilistic bit is only referring to the 1 billion that they get per month, right? Because the rest of it is, certain in terms of they're in escrow contracts over the next 4 or 5 years, right? So that's not something that Ripple can control. That is enforced by the network. The same as any HTLC type lock on Litecoin or Bitcoin, right? It's a hash time lock.
Yeah.
So the only probabilistic bit is that 1 billion, right? So, and we agree. I totally agree that they could dump it. They could do something really bad, but again, it would hurt themselves. And my view is that they're not going to hurt themselves because, one, it devalues the rest of their holdings. Two, Ripple are a company. They have shareholders. They would be legally in trouble if they, intentionally went against the interests of their own valuation, their own shareholders, right? So that's another incentive for Ripple not to go against it. Again, probabilistically, but there are plenty of reasons why Ripple would not want to do that, right? The second part is you say about manipulation of price. Do you think the price is being manipulated up or being manipulated down? What is your view?
Up.
Okay.
Yes.
So how is it being manipulated up by Ripple?
Oh, I didn't say by Ripple. I said in collaboration with Ripple. That's why I said I'm not saying that Ripple are the ones that are pushing the price. I'm not gonna go ahead and say Ripple are pumping their own stocks. I'm saying that those with the deepest pockets, at the end of the day, they're the ones that move asset prices. And at the end of the day, it's the same with gold, is the same with silver. Silver has a much higher stock to flow. It's about 20-something%, so it's very high. So we can sort of understand how that works, right? And that's what I'm saying, right? I'm just saying, I'm not even saying this is an absolute fact of an argument. I'm just saying when I look at it from stock to flow, yeah. And thank you for correcting me that the 40 billion is not just hanging there, like they can just sell 40 billion right now. It's 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion. But again, still what they can do with that 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion every month, right? That's about 1% of supply being issued every single month. That's 1% in probabilistic inflation being issued. Yeah. So how are you going to go ahead, right? You as an independent group of market deep pocketed person, right? I don't want to put any sort of tags or anything. Yeah. How are you going to coordinatively push the price of XRP up if you are not absolutely sure of what is going to happen to those 1 billion that are coming every month. That's why I believe, the money, because everything is manipulated. Bitcoin is manipulated, Litecoin is manipulated. It's all manipulated. It's not like manipulation in the conspiracy theories, where it's just how market works, right? I mean, 95% of traders lose. Probabilistically, that shouldn't be the case. If it was a fair market, it should be a dice throw, probably 50-50, or you add fees, it should probably be 45-55 or something like that. But 95% lose means it's definitely rigged, because mathematically that should be impossible in a fair market, right? So I'm like, of course, we all know that the markets are being manipulated. I'm just saying that I believe the manipulation of XRP is happening in coordination with insiders. I can't prove that. My only assertion, again, this is just an assertion. I'm not saying it's a fact. My only assertion here is because the stock to flow just doesn't make sense for Ripple, because like you have to be absolutely sure of what's happening to those 1 billion Ripple that's coming in every month before you can decide to go ahead and push the price up. And that's just what I think. And the market's not going to work on maybe.
Okay. So you believe that, okay, so what's the stock to flow of Litecoin? It's like what, 50, 60, something like that, isn't it? If I remember rightly, like before the next halving.
What
is the stock to flow of Litecoin at the moment? It's about 50 or 60, something like that.
Yeah, it's about I think it's about 6.25 Litecoin per block right now.
Right. So that's, I mean,
probably
if you do the
math,
then if you do the calculation, that's a stock to flow of about 57 from what I can see here. I'm just doing the calculation here, right? So
that's how many blocks being issued per day.
Right, but the stock to
how
flow,
many how many total tokens? How many total tokens being issued per day?
So if we look at it, just going through here, so 6.25 LTC per block, blocks per day 576. So the annual new issuance is 1.3 million LTC a year. There's 74 million LTC in existence. So stock to flow, well, it's saying here 57. Is that right? Stock to flow. Yeah, so that's a stock to flow of 57. And XRP, so even if Ripple did sell their entire 1 billion per month, and that is a stock to flow of 8.3. So XRP, even if you made the assumption that Ripple sold their entire 1 billion, which they don't, they only sell about 20% of that. But even if you made the assumption, worst case scenario, they sell 1 billion of their XRP every month, XRP still has a stock to flow of about 1/10 of Litecoin. No, sorry.
I want to know how you arrived at. I want to know how you arrived at that 57 number for Litecoin. I want to know how, because like how many percent of Litecoin is getting in supply? Like supply ratio of Litecoin is being issued every day. That you're going to get a stock to flow of 57.
Right. So 1.3 million Litecoin a year, right? And there's 74 million Litecoin in existence. So 74 divided by 1.3 is 57. So Litecoin has a stock to flow of 57, right? With XRP, it's a stock flow if there's 100 billion. And if you assumed that Ripple sold 12 billion each year, so 1 billion a month, which is 12 billion a year, then XRP is a stock to flow of 8.3. So XRP's stock to flow of 8.3 is, what's that, about a sixth or so of what 57 was. 8.3 divided by 57. 50, 57. Yeah, it's about 14.
Are you
15,
sure that's it's about 15?
It's about 15%. So XRP's stock to flow ratio.
Hold on. You arrived at 3 before, and now it's 15. But stock to flow, I don't know how you're doing the stock to flow math, because like I'd assume it's percentage entering into supply. So that means Litecoin is inflating at about 1 point something percent. Yeah, like Litecoin is being inflated at about 1 point something percent right now. And if XRP is to the Ripple are to sell their 1 billion XRP, that should be around the 15%. That means XRP is being if we imagine a worst case scenario where they're selling the 1 billion every month, it means XRP is being inflated by about 15% a year, while Litecoin is being inflated by about 1 point something percent. So I don't know how you are making it look like, because like Litecoin's current stock to flow is, and the thing that's why what I said about the Litecoin stock to flow, Litecoin is getting based off of their parameters. Of course, XRP Ripple are not selling 1 billion every year, right? But based off of their parameters, Litecoin is going to be diluted way less. But even at that, the point I'm saying is that the market is certain about Litecoin's own dilution, but there's an uncertainty around that of Ripple. And I believe I'd say by that I can only assert that since there is an uncertainty around Ripple's stock to flow, right, about Ripple's dilution, the only way the market can move with trying to push this price is if there is a certainty somewhere about what's going to happen to it.
I agree there's uncertainty, but I've given you the worst case scenario. And the worst case scenario is the stock to flow ratio of XRP is significantly less than the stock to flow ratio of Litecoin at the moment. Now, Litecoin obviously is going to have another halvening coming up, and it's going to drop, you know, in half. The stock to flow will drop in half.
XRP is being inflated by 12%. It's going in that situation is being inflated by 15%. Litecoin by 1 point something percent. Yet you say XRP has much lower stock to flow. I don't get it, man.
We're talking about the stock to flow is 1 minute here. The stock to flow is the stock divided by the flow here. So it is a much lower amount that's going on here. The inflation, like you said, the inflation is like 1% going on there. So it's inflating, yes. But like I said, even in worst case scenario, it's still not, particularly significant. And your view is that the people coordinating with Ripple, or however you worded it, I can't remember what you said, not Ripple itself, but you said that some coordination is happening that is manipulating the price upwards, which would imply that something is happening to either restrict the inflation or restrict the flow, or do something there, which seems to contradict most of your view that the inflation is higher. Yeah, the inflation is 10 times higher on XRP, Johnny, you are right. The inflation is 10 times higher, but that would imply that the price would be going down, whereas you believe the price is going up, right? And the market is showing the price going up. So,
oh no, if I'm sure, no, it's quite the opposite. If I'm sure that these people are not going to sell their, if I'm sure the Ripple Labs are not going to sell their XRP, then I believe I can pump the price up. Why not? If I'm sure they're not going to sell, why shouldn't I send the price up? Why should I go ahead and send it down if I'm actually sure? I think you have that completely. We're spending a lot of time on this segment, because like this segment is just entirely dubious speculation at the end of the day. There's no way we can demonstrate something like that. I guess we just have to move back to things that we can actually demonstrate. I don't know why we spend so much time on this. Again, this conversation is let's just get to the bottom of it. How do you see XRP being valued fundamentally? If we can value it as sort of like money, we can value it as like a token to earn yields in the same way all this Ethereum, Solana. What's your proposition for what you think XRP should be valued as?
As a utility token, or as a means of transfer value between, as a peer-to-peer digital cash, basically. Now I know you disagree with that, but that's the answer. So. Oh
no. I would say it's fine if you think that's it, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we disagree fundamentally with I'm more to point towards the evidence of the fact that only things that got issued through a natural and fair process, right? And actually gained like organic adoption have ever been money, besides the ones that are enforced by military mind, right? But you also are, you're more optimistic, right? That just because that's been the case doesn't mean this can't be the case. So, considering a utility token, potential.
Reason being because blockchains are fundamentally different to what technologies we've had before, right? That's the reason why I believe that, right? We're not talking cowrie shells on the beach or gold being dug up, in mines. blockchains and cryptocurrencies are fundamentally different assets.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm sorry for interrupting. It doesn't change the fact that people are still going to care about these things, like in a way, right? Because like we are seeing that being said by a lot of institutions. We've been seeing some of the largest institutions point to the fact of Bitcoin's fair distribution as a reason why they are in fact stockpiling Bitcoin in their reserves and their balance sheet. I mean, Saylor says that every time. We have more and more of this, institutions keep saying this thing. So it definitely does in fact matter. And of course, it's just it's so, and it's demonstrable, right? So I'm gonna say that again, like I said, it's not about owning anybody here. Me personally, I would just say, well, I'd give XRP the leeway of saying, okay, at the end of the day, it's memetics. I really hope the memetics continue to grow, and so hopefully it sort of moves away from the hands of those that were allocated them into the general flow, and everyone can sort of have it completely distributed, and it can sort of run and run and run for decades and be resilient and hold value. And so I could say, okay, I can in fact start to classify it as a monetary instrument. So I'm really hoping that's the case, but right now I just can't fundamentally put it in that category. However, I'm gonna say, man, appreciate the fact that you've broken down a lot for me today with regards to the technical aspect. That particular technical conversation, I really wanted to bring it up because I know those are the type of things you would probably love to talk about more. If there's any other thing you want to talk about more, you want to educate me on more, man, I'm down. Listen, there any misconceptions about XRP you might want to clear up, let's go ahead and do it. We have the audience of both communities. We can talk about this.
Just do one here quickly that I just saw go by in the chat. XRP can't be frozen, right? You can't freeze XRP.
Okay.
You can't freeze. That's a common misconception. People believe you can, and the misconception has come about.
The OP return.
There's no OP return, right? But what there is the XRP ledger allows. It was the first blockchain to allow tokenization, right? And a token creator can enable a flag on a token when they create it at the point of time of creation that allows them to basically to freeze that token or claw that token back. Not XRP, but issued tokens. Now, the reason this was put in place makes sense when you understand. If you think, for example, you're tokenizing gold, right? And you're issuing, so people have tokenized gold on the XRP ledger for over a decade now. And there's you have a bunch of tokens issued. I send you some tokens that represent your gold. Now somebody goes and breaks into the vault and steals all the gold. I no longer am able to honor your IOU, because that's what a token is. It's an IOU, right? That token that you have means that ultimately, if I give you 100 gold tokens, then I owe you 100 grams of gold or whatever it is, right? And you should be able to redeem those tokens back for that physical asset. But if that asset has been stolen or turned out to be fake and it's actually painted lead or whatever, right? We need a way to be able to prevent those tokens from polluting the rest of the network, right? For you to be able to sell them on, right? So that is why there is a freeze token for issued assets on the XRP ledger. In the same way that there's freeze token on assets on Bitcoin, for example, the Omni network and USDT has a freeze function in it as well. Doesn't mean you can freeze Bitcoin, doesn't mean you can freeze XRP. Just means that issued assets can, at the time at which they are issued and created, have a flag enabled that enables the issuer of the asset to freeze that issuance at a later point.
Okay. All right, guys, and that's it. You heard it now. So in case for those of us who had the misconception that XRPs could be frozen and returned, apparently from the explanation we just got, that's not the case. I appreciate you for clearing that up. So are there other misconceptions you want to talk about, you want to clear up, that you feel definitely do need talking about?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head. No, I mean, the main one is about decentralization, which I think we've covered to death already. Views on that. But yeah, the freeze one is one a lot of people come up against. But But no, I don't think I can think of anything else specifically.
Okay, because I'm looking at because we still didn't come to a consensus about decentralization. Yeah.
Well, I gave you the argument that it is decentralized and that, in fact, any attempt to do anything nefarious on the network would result in the nodes switching validators, and that there's no central authority on the network, which is, I think, about as far as, there's no central authority. Nobody can freeze your assets. Nobody can censor your transactions. Nobody can steal your funds from your wallet without your keys. I mean, I don't know what else you need from decentralization other than that. That is basically pretty much the definition of it in terms of cryptocurrency terms. So
I'll give you what I'm going to give you. What I'm going to say for that, I'm just going to say like probably it appears decentralized now, and that's good. And I really hope that it is in fact real decentralization and not what we're seeing with other some other coins, some other chains that we both know pretend decentralization a lot by distributing their validators across and like acting like they're owned by independent sources. But yeah, go ahead.
I'll say one point to this. Now, of course, this is not a technical argument to answer this, and not something you should ever rely on in terms of an actual concrete argument. But what I will say is this: the XRP ledger has been running all of this time, and nobody has stolen any funds on it. Nobody has compromised it. Nobody has broken it. At one point in time, the XRP ledger protected more value than the Bitcoin network, right? XRP had a higher market cap than Bitcoin at one point. And if you add in like all of the issued assets was way higher, right? Yet even so, nobody stole the funds, ran off with it, broke it, whatever, right? Now, if you think about how much, especially Bitcoin maximalists, hate XRP, there's a pretty big target on its back that people are going to have a go at it if they think they can, right? Yet in all of this time, it has not happened. Now, again, that's not a very strong argument. And, you're not going to say, well, because it hasn't happened in the past, it's not going to happen in the future. I totally agree with that. But a lot of the arguments that people come up with are like, oh, well, it's so simple. Anybody could do it. Well, it's like, well, they haven't, right? There's all of this value there that if you would think your particular, attack of choice that you've described is so simple, why has it not happened, right? And I would say that as a blockchain, the fact that it has been running, 12, 13 years now, uninterrupted, one block every 3 seconds, what are you on, 90? I can't remember what we're up to now, 90 million blocks, something like that, non-stop all this time, and it hasn't been broken. I would say there's a lot of value in that in terms of, you're trying to talk about intrinsic value. I think the what's a better word? Not pedigree, but the battle testedness, I think, has a lot of value in it, right? This is not like some upstart random blockchain that's just been created that you don't know whether or not it's going to survive the test of time, or whether, yes, we're only talking 10, 15 years in blockchain life, right? But having been all of that time and not been compromised, I think that probably says a lot, actually.
Yeah, that says something about the network, but not about the tokens.
Well, okay,
because Litecoin is the longest running blockchain without interruptions. It's almost 14 years now, no single downtime, no single interruption. But I'm not gonna try to infer that that is the characteristic that should make the LTC itself valuable. Right? I'm not gonna say, oh, buy Litecoin, it's 14 years, no downtime. Yeah, I mean that's right. Testament to how reliable its network is. But at the same time, my view of the value of what can be ascribed to these tokens and these coins are generally very philosophic, and I think you'll be able to agree with me, right? Because it's like coming from a point of certain ideals that I can relate to what we've seen in assets that have historically been accepted as money, and that has generally been my perspective on all of this, and it continues to remain my perspective until I see significant evidence over sustained period of time to back this up. So that's why I personally just feel safer gravitating towards networks that are growing because at the end of the day, right, a lot of people, we keep saying, oh yeah, it's blockchain and all of this, right? But why someone like you would think about blockchain from probably the technology of behind the blockchain itself first, someone like me would think about it from the token first.
Right,
and I feel that was where some of the
but those two things are intrinsically linked, right? For example,
yes, they are intrinsically linked.
Right. What happens when the emission schedule drops down to the point where it's no longer like financially viable for miners to mine? You've already said it's not financially
Merge
viable,
mining,
right?
merge
What-
mining, merge
with
mining,
Bitcoin?
merge mining
What happens when
with
Bitcoin hits?
Dogecoin. No,
Dogecoin, what
not Bitcoin. I'm talking about Litecoin. You see why I choose Litecoin? Yeah, it's because of a lot of the problems, and this is something I feel like a lot of people are not paying attention to about Litecoin, is that a lot of the problems that Bitcoin faces with regards to its what's the word, the security budget being persistently dropping, right? One of the things that Litecoin actually has as an advantage over it is the fact that Litecoin actually allows for merge mining, which sort of like creates another layer of incentives for miners, right? Where they get to earn
the same problem. What happens with Dogecoin when it experiences the same problem? I mean, Dogecoin
has it has emissions that just go on forever. So like it's infinite in its supply at the end of the day. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's
And I know, but like, yeah, Dogecoin does not have any finite supply, and there are also loads of other Scrypt coins that get mined together with Litecoin. It's not just Dogecoin. Yeah, you see some others like Bell's coin, like Pep coin. It's the entire Scrypt mining the entire Scrypt mining algorithm, right? It's almost like a community of these different coins, and the beautiful thing is that the Litecoin block rewards have been going down for a while, and the price has been very flat for a while, yet the network participation, the hash rate and everything have been going up, and that's a testament to the fact that merge mining has in fact been a very good way to keep miner incentives, right, and to keep the network sustainable. And that's why I believe Litecoin is more sustainable than Bitcoin with regards to its mining ecosystem. And I believe you can agree with me.
That's an interesting view. I'd not considered that approach. So thank you. That's not something I'd considered. But I mean, I think my view ultimately still is, I think like saying, okay, Dogecoin is going to save us really reassures me much, to be honest with you. Or the other Scrypt miners, because they're all pretty small in comparison. So I don't think that really solves the problem long term. Maybe it buys you a few extra years, but I don't think that solves the problem ultimately that proof of work has. That proof of work eventually, it's not sustainable, because as mining algorithms and hardware and whatever become more efficient, as energy becomes cheaper or more readily available, the network self-adjusts to use more, right? So they just absorb more and more of it. And that's one of my arguments against Bitcoin specifically, when they say, oh, well, there'll be more green mining or whatever, or renewable energy or whatever. I was just say, well, if you make it easier, it will just use more, right? The whole security model of proof of work is based upon that work being difficult, being scarce, being hard. So any attempt to make that energy, in this case, more readily available or cheaper or more plentiful, just forces the algorithm to up the difficulty level to compensate for that. So all it does is essentially all of the energy, right? So I don't see sustainable. I don't know. I know that more from the Bitcoin point of view than the Litecoin point of view, and I don't know how that would affect with things like merge mining. But I just don't see the other networks as being big enough to really long-term provide much more of a security budget, to be honest.
Okay. I will agree with you. I've generally had that particular objection to Bitcoin sustainability. I think I've said it a couple of times. Bitcoin's not very sustainable with its mining. It's like this silent thing we're all like whispering under our voices, but not really saying it out. But yeah, it's incredibly unsustainable. And the fact that the hash power is being centralized to these pools to boost mining efficiency, is a testament, to that, right? Not entirely, but to a point that speaks to that fact. And we've seen a lot of Bitcoin mining companies. We see what happens during bear markets, where a lot of them, they pretty much run on loans. They take tens of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in loan, just to stay profitable, just so that they can continue to operate until the bull market comes. And so it's a very it's a very complicated dynamic for Bitcoin. I don't know how it navigates that long term, but that's the beauty of Litecoin, is the fact that so far we've performed extremely terribly with regards to price, but our network participation continues to go up, and merge mining has sort of hit that crescendo for us. I cannot imply anything into the future. Yes, at the end of the day, there's still this uncertainty about the future, right? None of us can predict the future. If not, we will pretty much I guess be multi-trillionaires at the moment. But since we can't predict the future, I don't know. But currently, Litecoin is doing fantastic, and that's one of the things that I like about Litecoin. So at the end of the day, it's one of those things we look at, and I'd say this is almost like a taboo topic in proof of work communities. But like, what do you think about the prospect of Bitcoin switching to proof of stake, right? Because I've thought about that before. Extremely difficult conversation. But I gave it a thought, right? That if Bitcoin switched to proof of stake, that like brings down a lot of things in the with regards to the network. It like brings down a lot of things about networks with regards to like how I can like perceive it. But like, maybe the Bitcoin tokens themselves are still valuable because of the characteristics of money that I stated earlier. But go ahead.
Do you know which very prominent person actually put the case for Bitcoin to switch from proof of work to proof of stake? Chris Larson, the CEO of Ripple, or the former CEO of Ripple, right?
I want to clarify. I want to quickly clarify. OnePlus said Flipify is not qualified to speak on POS versus POW. I'd agree. My knowledge of this networks are very limited. Again, I'm still as noob quality as possible, right? And that's why I'm listening. You may not know, but I'm really listening. I'm taking notes. I'm really trying to learn. It's like a learn as you go. That's the whole point of the Autism Tour, is like a learn as you go. It doesn't mean I won't argue, but it's a learn as you go.
I think there's
I'm not
snowball's chance in hell anybody that Bitcoin would ever switch to proof of stake, right? Because there's just too many Bitcoin miners invested in Bitcoin mining. There's too many people who've staked their entire reputation and being on proof of work being the ultimate option, that there's no way that Bitcoin would ever switch to proof of stake, right? There's been proof of stake forks of Bitcoin previously. One of them was at Bitcoin Gold. I can't remember. One of them was proof of stake. If I remember rightly, there was a fork of Bitcoin, but it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen, right?
So yeah, I'm not very knowledgeable on that part. Like my focus on these things and where I feel like I sort of like understand it a bit more is on the money aspect of it, and like on the fundamental properties of like value, quotient, value, propositions and all of that, not really the technical stuff about the network. So I'm really trying my best to continue to learn more and more about that. But I'm just saying, at least you can see now that Litecoin's network is actually significantly more sustainable, which is why I feel like we might enter into a point where if Litecoin actually starts to see a price appreciation, we can see the network actually get truly tested. And when it gets to take center stage for a while, maybe it doesn't go to number one, maybe it doesn't go to anything, overtake Bitcoin. Some people think it is going to overtake Bitcoin. Anything can happen. Anything can overtake anything. It's unlikely, right? But I mean, anything can happen. But I'm just saying, right? If we see something like that, which we probably will see, because Litecoin actually looks like it's, technically it looks like it's extremely bullish. I don't know if you've ever seen any, technical analysis on Litecoin. It really looks extremely bullish, and all the fundamentals line up. So I feel like if it goes on maybe like a rally, a very significant one, we could probably see the network get stress tested, and we can in fact see just how sustainable the Scrypt mining algorithm is over time. But I'm very confident in the sustainability of Scrypt mining as a whole. So is there any other thing you would like us to talk about, or is there any other thing you'd like to add or subtract?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think we just have to see where this all goes. I'm just looking back at, like, I think the last time I held Litecoin was about 6 years ago. I think it was about
Oh,
7, something like that at that time. And hasn't gone particularly far since then. But who knows? I don't know what you think is required, or what you think would help the price appreciation of Litecoin. It doesn't seem to have gone anywhere in, like I said, 7 years.
technicals.
Yeah.
I feel like people still don't understand. Like, it's the same thing when when people were actually bashing XRP and saying it's a shit coin, you never really see me, like, before it started going up, before the price started appreciating and we saw a lot of fanfare. You not really see me in that camp of people who like were trash talking it as of then. Because at the end of the day, yeah, the market is gonna end up like, at the end of the day, technical analysis, for some reason that I cannot explain, sort of like has a very strong role to play in where prices go. And I mean, I just want to show something on my screen. Yeah, I mean, when everyone was talking about XRP, I don't know if you're a fan of some TA, just some fun astrology. Yeah, because TA is it's practically astrology in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, as astrology for crypto bros, right? So,
but
yeah,
but you could sort of like see.
Yeah.
You can sort of like see like there was some sort of like consolidation pattern going on here with XRP, and it broke out and it's currently finding support. I believe it goes a little higher than that. So yeah, of course the technicals do in fact like say something about something. I don't know what that something is, but yeah, it's often so. I mean, based off of technicals alone, yeah. Now, why I think assets like Litecoin generally, you can see Litecoin sort of doing like a little consolidation thing, which is very interesting, right? The fact that its value has even held up this much, while it's its general perception has been so terrible. I think it speaks to something, yeah, that it's actually been doing something right. Because I mean, you'd expect that it just keeps going down and down and down, but you look at what I showed and it's just sort of like in this very strange accumulation consolidation phase where you see that it continues to make higher lows over like a consistent period of time, and it's just slowly grinding up. And that's not me saying that is I'm not trying to say anything, but like one would assume, like with the way you see this things go, it's probably going to go up at some point. And that's why I sort of like that's probably what pushes my bias towards things like Litecoin and Bitcoin, is the fact that I know that they trade entirely speculatively. People say gold doesn't trade speculatively, but if you're buying a gold ETF, what other reason are you buying it besides speculation?
Right.
Because
exactly.
you're not holding the physical thing. Yeah, you're not trying to make a pendant out of it. You're not trying to use it to create electronics and whatever. You're simply speculating on it. And you have trillions of dollars in gold ETFs, right? You have all of this liquidity in gold ETFs. So what is it inside all of those drivers of liquidity besides speculation? So like things like gold and things like silver are always going to move, on a speculative function, right? It's always going to be pure speculation. And it's the same for Litecoin and Bitcoin and these things. They're going to move. They're going to have, overvaluations, undervaluations is going to keep going. And what I just really want to see is, I would just rather see something that's growing organically, because like literally Charlie has sold. And the interesting thing is that since Charlie has sold, you might not believe this, but the network has actually grown a lot more. And this is one of the things, because I know that like since you're very you might not really like be following the LTC stuff, but like a lot of things have been happening fundamentally behind the scenes, right? I could just show a little bit if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I know things like Wimble and stuff like that. People have been working on.
Oh no, not even.
There's
not even the. Okay, sorry. You were saying something. I didn't want to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just saying there's like privacy functionality coming in and things like that people have been working on Litecoin. I know there's developments happening. I know that there's people there behind it.
Yeah. So like that's the thing. Yeah, Wimble, by the way, has been very functional for a very long time now. It's like almost it's years now, and since it's been operational, and like we have about 20 something million dollars in total value that is on the Mimblewimble chain, Mimblewimble extension block, which is actually great to like show like the privacy function is actually being getting adopted. But even besides that, right, Litecoin has been crushing it, like in ways that like a lot of people are just not paying attention to, because it just doesn't get central stage in a lot of these conversations, right? There's a lot of negative perception towards Litecoin, the same way there are a lot of people that just have this negative perception towards Xrp that will never go away, no matter what it does. And so it's like it's a very, very tribalistic space, the space we are in. So I'm just going to show a little bit, like you can see what's been happening with the Litecoin historical transaction. And since when Charlie sold, which is around 2017, 2018, you can see we're somewhere within, a few thousand to 10,000 transactions a day, somewhere around here, right? In this range, a few tens of thousand transactions per day. And you can sort of move that right now, and you could see that, we're sort of doing about 100 and something thousand transactions per day. And when you compare that with what we see with Dogecoin, you can see that Dogecoin has been more, Dogecoin is the one in blue, right? It's been more inconsistent with its movement, while Litecoin's movement has been more, organic and, more consistent. And you can see Dogecoin is currently doing somewhere within 20 something thousand transactions per day, swinging a bit to the upside and downside sometimes, while Litecoin has been very steady at 100 and something thousand transactions a day. And you look at the other, proof of work competitors like, Bitcoin Cash, and you see the same story, where Litecoin is just moving very consistently at the top, while these other ones aren't really doing that great. And it's the same story when you open Monero, right? And you can see how Litecoin is still the one in red, just absolutely dominating consistently with regards to how much transaction is going on. And I know that blockchain statistics can be faked a lot, but then you go ahead and you look at what's happening with some of these platforms, right? Like BitPay. I'm just gonna pull up BitPay a little bit so you can see that on BitPay, and BitPay, it took a while before BitPay added Litecoin, and you can see what's happening on BitPay right now. Litecoin continues to dominate, and you could just, I have to pull that. The post goes a little to the, okay. You can see how Litecoin has still been dominating transactions. This chart actually goes a while back. Bitcoin has sort of been catching up. I mean, we got introduced late, but like right now we're about 30 something percent, transaction share. And, it sort of like goes back. It's been like this. We've sort of like been dominating for about a year and a half or something. And it's not just BitPay, it's the same with CoinGate and some of these other platforms. And it's just a way to like show the correlation between these real world this on-chain metrics that's showing the transactions per day go up, and you can sort of like tie it to this real-time stats that you've seen with all of these payment processes. So that's something that's been happening with Litecoin. And that's one of the things that just makes me generally confident about it. It continues to grow organically, and the fair distribution. But again, I'm really, really happy. I'd say generally, even though my perception of XRP is, that maybe its value is purely mimetic, even whatever reason anyone still likes any of these proof of work coins, even though we feel more morally justified, it's still a mimetic at the end of the day, right? It's just a unit of cultural significance we're just perpetuating between ourselves. So it still boils down to opinions, and that's why I feel like conversations like this are important. Probably now I know that I understand the XRP position a little bit more, a little more, and I'm hoping at least you understand the LTC position a little more, and our communities, we can sort of like hug
exactly.
and make up.
I think before we even got on the air, they were like, this doesn't have to be either or; they can both win. And I believe there's room for multiple cryptocurrencies. I don't believe there's going to be one cryptocurrency that rules them all. I think it's going to be different ones. I mean, what's the XRP ledger doing? About between 1 and 2 million transactions a day. So about, what's that? What did you say? Like about 10. 100,000. So it's about 10.
About 200,000, 180,000, 200,000, something like that. Yeah. It's about 5 times more.
Yeah. 5 to 10 times more on the XRP ledger than Litecoin. But there's not going to be one that rules them all. In the same way, there's not one language that rules everybody. The same way, there's not one fiat currency that rules everybody. The same way, there's not one national dish that everybody likes. Right? I think there's going to consolidate. I mean, there's a massive long tail. I mean, what you on Coin Market Cap? I don't even know what it is now. Like 20,000 probably different cryptocurrencies, most of which are complete shit. But there's ones. I mean, Litecoin has been around for a long time. XRP has been around for a long time. A lot of people, like, as much shit as they throw at it, it's number 3 and has been in the top 5 for 12 years or something, right? So it's I think, like you said, a lot of it is mimetic. At the end of the day, it's all social consensus. But I think actually on that basis, the fact that Litecoin and XRP are still around, I mean, how many cryptocurrencies are still around from that, that time period? I mean, you got Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Litecoin, Doge, maybe you could count. But, what else has been around, for that sort of time period? Not really much else. I mean, okay, maybe you could say Tron or Avalanche, maybe, I don't know. Stellar, but that's pretty low down still. So I mean, there's not that many, and there's been a lot that have gone by the wayside. If you looked at the top 10 chart a decade ago, you won't recognize any of those. The majority of those coins have gone by the way. So the fact that Litecoin and XRP are still around is a massive testament to the people that believe in them, to the people that build on them, to the people that use them, and that's ultimately that's great, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely great. I feel like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like XRP has probably gotten to a point of escape velocity, and that's why I've always said, even though I cannot fundamentally like accrue the value of money to it, that doesn't make it less valuable than what the market's saying it is, right? If the market's saying that's what the market values it at, that's what the market values it at, right? Doesn't matter what I think fundamentally. Yeah. And I believe it's gotten to that point of escape velocity where it's just we have I think it's Franklin Templeton, I guess, that's like pushing for the XRP ETF. Am I correct?
Yep. There's a few.
Yeah, and you have and you have like $1 trillion asset companies pushing for it. Hopefully it's gonna keep pushing along. It's gonna keep pushing forward. I'm really hoping every single thing wins. Every single thing that's an altcoin wins. And I'm really rooting for Litecoin more than every other thing. But at the same time, doesn't mean I'm rooting against every other thing. And so hopefully we see a world where everything wins, and we sort of like have a few assets that are resilient and battle tested, dominate, and become the default store of value for like majority of people in the world. I prefer fairly distributed assets in that regards, but again, market's going to decide what market's going to decide. Doesn't matter what I believe. So I just want to say just a few things so we wrap this up. What do you think about the roast of Litecoin's official handle on Xrp? Like, what do you feel about the roast of Litecoin handle on Xrp? What was your impression when you saw it?
I was surprised, and I don't think it made Litecoin look particularly good, to be honest. I thought it was pretty immature. I mean, there were elements of it that were just factually incorrect, I believe. And I don't think it made Litecoin look good. I'll be honest. It's kind of like, why were they suddenly throwing stones at XRP? What was the point in that? That just didn't seem to achieve anything, right? So
yeah. But I believe the fact that like it's a completely decentralized open source peer-to-peer network, and it really doesn't matter, in my opinion, what the Litecoin handle says, right? Because like at the end of the day, I mean, the Litecoin handle does not control Litecoin. Yeah, it's just the largest outlet controlled by the foundation that do not even control the chain. So I feel like that's something that would have thrown a lot of people off. But like I don't see that as something that could throw off like some of the like people that have been fundamentally believing in it. However, yes, I mean, I believe it was all fun and games, man. I feel like sometimes like it's just fun, right? When we see banters like that happen in the space, and like we sort of like have a little laugh. I mean, some people might not find it funny, but like jokes sometimes tend to be offensive towards another party. So I guess it's just part of jokes. I see some people have actually I don't know if you see me laugh sometimes while you're talking. I'm not actually laughing at you. I've seen some racist slurs in the comments, and I just laugh because they're actually funny. Like, people say racist stuff, and so sometimes it's funny. It's funny. I don't actually get offended when I hear racist slurs, weirdly. So yeah, that's just one of those things. Yeah, it's like fun and games. It doesn't hurt anyone. That's what I generally think. But generally, besides tribalism going on in every single crypto community, the Litecoin community is not particularly hostile towards any, like, repo holder. Like, from what I know, from everyone I know, like, and this conversation should be a testament to that, right? I'm willing to, like, stay here and we get to chat, respectfully about our ideas, disagree and all that. And so that's the basic thing. So that's just what I hope the viewers can take away from this. Yeah, that let's not take that one too personal. It's just it's just all fun and games. Yeah.
Good to chat to you, man. And we're just coming up for 4 hours now, and I think I
4
told
hours.
my wife will be like, so I've got to go and make amends there. But it's been my battery's still running 4 hours later, so on my laptop. Yeah, thanks a lot. This has been good. It's been great to chat to you, and it's nice having a robust discussions on stuff like this. So thanks for putting the invite out.
Oh man, I appreciate you in particular. Honestly, like, it's not a lot of people that are gonna want to look at this, because at the end of the day, I'm just a kid trying to learn about all this stuff. And people could look at that and say, "Oh, what does this boy know?" At the end of the day, I know more, because obviously you know a lot more about blockchain, orders of magnitudes, than I do. And so people could look at that and try to use that as a reason to belittle why they should have this conversation. But you didn't, and you came and we had a conversation. I feel like I have a lot more to learn. But my general perspective of the earlier friction we had in the conversation was just from my general perspective, being from the philosophy of money and general economics, why you care more about these networks for what they do. And that's why we're having a little bit of friction there. I kept talking about this, and then you do. But at the end of the day, man, you're a wonderful person. You have a really great personality. I've enjoyed this. I'm hoping some point in future we can have a better conversation. That's not a debate, right? A genuine conversation is not a debate, because actually I really enjoy talking to you, and the length of this conversation actually gives a nod to that. So man, you're a wonderful person. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate this conversation.
Great to chat to you, man. And thanks for everybody for tuning in, listening to us jabber away for 4 hours. So great. And bye.
All right, man. Bye. Oh my God, what an absolutely wonderful person. Honestly, like, I love this conversation for a lot of things that it has been so far. I mean, first things first, I've learned a lot about, like, XRP and their push towards trying to further decentralize the system. I might not agree with it, because like 150 nodes, 150 validators, right? It's still, there's still a possibility, yeah, that could be faked, right? It's just too little, of a pool of it's just too little, oh my God, I don't know the words. Like, sometimes I stumble upon my words. It's just too little of a sample, yeah, for us to say that represents true decentralization. That can be easily faked, and that's just what I think about that. However, it's a great chat. At the end of the day, I learned, at least I learned that the difference between the XRP ledger and the Ripple network. Ripple network is the one the banks use for that stuff, and like XRPL is where the XRP is moving on. That's actually great, yeah. And I feel like that even makes the XRPs themselves, further, dissociated from the value of the network itself. But that's just what I think, yeah. But generally, it's been a wonderful conversation. I hope I have been able to bridge some of the gaps between, XRP and Litecoin communities. I hope some people from the Litecoin community can, take a look at XRP. Some people from the XRP community take a look at Litecoin. Look into Litecoin. You're gonna love a lot of the stuff that we're doing. And, oh my God, there are other segments of this live stream that I don't know if I can actually go over, right? I feel like this debate at the entire time of this live stream. I don't even know if anyone's still watching. If anyone's still watching, I want you to drop a comment so we can continue. I would really love to connect with the XRP community, right? Because like the next one should be a community hangout. I want to hang out with the community. I want to know, you know, what the XRP community is thinking. You know, what's your perspective? Go to sleep, broski. That's from MK. Yeah, man, it's already like very late into the night here. I'm a little cold as well, man, but I don't know. I just want to hang out with the XRP community a little bit. If there's anyone, XRP community army, if you're still here, let me see your comments, right? Because that's what this is supposed to be. This next segment is supposed to be XRP, you know, community hangouts. So, are there any XRP army that are here? Dinner time. The only law is immutable code. Good luck, people. 1+. Yo, 1+. Are you XRP army or what? Are you an XRP army or what? What do you support? 1+. I've seen a couple of your comments. Yeah. Guess I'm just gonna go through some of these comments. You know, I'm gonna go through some of these comments. OnePlus, what you support? XRP or Litecoin? What you support? Oh boy. So many XRP, you know, community members that came here, they were just way too fucking combative. And that's something that I don't appreciate, right? A lot of XRP community members act like children. And you know, it's rather unfortunate, right? You know, people just keep talking a lot of crap, you know, without really paying attention to what is the XRP crowd was so mad. I don't know why they were mad, bro. Like they say that my mic was louder than that of Matt. What was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to do? We're hosting the stream. We're hosting the stream on you know, what's it called? We're hosting the stream on, you know, yeah, the beginning was hilarious. It was a lot of back and forth in the beginning. I feel like you know, he was misunderstanding my points. Yeah, because I was saying that you know, my argument was basically that there is no fundamental value proposition to you know, XRP, the same way there's a fundamental value proposition to Bitcoin and a fundamental value proposition to Litecoin. Yeah, these things that can be considered, you know, money in you know, in the way they're, you know, issued and distributed and blah blah blah. And he thought that I was saying there's no value to XRP. And that was where there was a lot of friction on the, you know, earlier conversation, because then he was thinking that I'm saying XRP is worthless, but I'm like, okay, well, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying, and so I had to keep repeating my point. So what happened was, whenever I repeated my point, he would go ahead and, you know, and then talk about some other stuff, and I have to again remind him that, okay, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm not saying it's worthless. And a lot of the things he was saying was, oh yeah, market cap, you know, the market's value in XRP higher than its value in Litecoin. And I'm like, I mean, the markets the markets valued Luna and Luna and Terra, much higher before. Yeah, Luna was definitely a top 10, top 20 coin, I remember, right before it crashed. Yeah, and then it crashed. And that's not to say that they're technically similar, but like just going off what the market thinks alone is wrong. And so yeah, that was like how the whole thing was just going. He didn't understand where it was coming from. And you know again, I believe this whole debate, this whole conversation sort of like, it's just a conversation between me, who sees things from the perspective of the fundamental value of money. And I mean, I'm thinking about everything, like, okay, think about gold, think about silver, think about all of these monetary instruments, yeah, that have ever become that have ever transitioned into becoming like a real money. Yeah, if you think about them, they got issued through a totally fair process. Totally fair process they got issued through, and their adoption was very organic. And so you can consider them money. Yeah, because contrary to that, you'd probably have to have a military backing for, which is something that neither Bitcoin or Litecoin or XRP has. Yeah, and so that was like my argument. Is like, we can't we can't accord money status to XRP. So what's XRP? So what he thought I was saying is saying that it's worthless. Yeah, the distribution part, yeah, of honestly, MK, that's the same problem. Because like he kept trying to say XRP was fairly distributed. I don't get it. Like, I mean, I totally again, like I kept this conversation in a way that's particularly designed to help me really understand his talking points, right? I genuinely did listen. And probably this might have come against some people that are like, who probably wanted to see like some sort of evisceration happening, where like we're trying to own each other and like trying to like score talking points. But like, I genuinely wanted to know what he was talking about. And then he said everyone had access to the ledger, and then there was this fair distribution. I'm like, what? Like, I mean, come on, you even if you wanted to like be like a fan, right? You wanted to be a fan, you'd even if you wanted to be a fan, right? You'd be like, you're not gonna go like, even if you want to support something, you're not gonna go all the way to that extent to like say it's fairly distributed when it's not. Like, I found that very strange. And he's a very intelligent person, so I believe he was just trying to please the XRP audience. I don't think he believes that. That's just me assuming, but I don't think he believes it was fairly distributed, because he also said at some point that it doesn't matter. So I believe that's what he's what he's inclined to adopt. He probably thinks it doesn't matter, which is a different thing than trying to. He first said it doesn't matter. He was saying it doesn't matter at some point, then saying it's fairly distributed at some point, which struck me as odd. Pretty odd why he would do that. But yeah, I mean, so yeah, that's why there's a lot of friction in that's why there was a lot of friction in the conversation. Again, I kept talking about the fundamental principles of money. He kept talking about other things, and we just didn't really understand the point. And so yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what I love about this debate is that it's not a debate that like, oh, so winner, loser, anything. It's like, yeah, everybody shared their perspective. We had difficult conversation. We pissed off a lot of people on both camps. And yeah, that's like, yeah, that's at least somebody's gonna walk away with a little bit more information. Unfortunately, that might not have happened the way I wanted it, because like plenty of people would have just looked at it and felt very combative, which is something that's very strange. XRP army, I'm actually deeply disappointed with how combative they were, honestly, because I'm just gonna go through some of the like really weird comments like the XRP army were dropping here. Like, XRP army, I'm very disappointed, because like I expected more from y'all. But like, why would I expect more from y'all anyways? I mean, I see what y'all post on like social media, and like you people say XRP is going to $10,000. I see things like that. And and you can see this person say, good luck, Jigger, I hope you don't get wrecked. And I see I don't even understand what some of these comments are. Yeah, a lot of comments, a lot of very combative comments. I really hope things went less combative, like they did. But yeah, unfortunately it did. Oh boy. Anyways, this is the part where I get to hang out with XRP community. Um if you're an XRP member, XRP community member, you want to say something, hey, come to the comments, hey. Oh, the Jigglers 279 speaker priority led me to not to hearing 30% of what Matt was saying. Should really consider turning it off. It's not like either of you were overly loud or talking over each other. Okay. Now this is the thing, yeah. I'm pretty new to streaming. In case you don't know, this is my third stream ever. This is literally my third live stream ever. The Altcoin Season Tour is my first live show ever. I don't even know how speaker priority was turned on, because I did not turn on speaker priority deliberately. Yeah. And at the same time, I heard everything he was saying. And if you play the conversation, you see I give him time to talk, to make his points. I really did. And unfortunately, maybe because of the angle of the conversation, right? And that's the thing about debates, is that when debates happen, neither side wants to listen to what the other person wants to say, and that's the unfortunate thing. If you pay attention to debates across every sphere of life, I mean, look at flat earthers. There are people that who are flat earthers, right? They believe the earth is flat, and like there's nothing you want to say to these people. They're not going to listen to your talking points, So I was not expecting anyone to try to listen to what either of us were saying from either community. Everyone's just being combative, and that's the thing that was happening a lot. However, if you really paid attention, you would see that I did give him a lot of chance to talk. I only kept interrupting when he said some things that I felt like we should not say. And at the end of the day, man, he's a great guy. That's what I can say. He's an incredibly great guy. That's really what I can say, and I mean this when I say it. Like, he is in fact a great guy. He's a very nice person. At the end of the day, we're just divided by opinions, and that's it. We're just two dudes divided by opinions. And I appreciate his deep down breakdown, because like he's a dev, so like he knows this stuff a lot. So like he did go through some deep down breakdown, some deep dive of what XRP is, which I really appreciated, because now I understand XRP a little bit more. So if there's any XRP armies are welcome. If you're an XRP army, you're welcome to this space. This is the XRP army hangout. I'm hoping to respond to comments, to engage with armies, to take your criticisms if you have any criticisms of me or the debate before we end the stream. If you're an XRP army, if you wanna join, if you wanna say free master, let's go, MK free master. But master is free now, so yay! I think that's a positive. That's a positive that master is free. Hey, if you're from the XRP community, you are welcome to this stream. This is now the segment of XRP community hangout. We're definitely going to be, I'm definitely going to be responding to everybody's comments. I'm definitely going to be engaging with anybody. If you have anything you want to say to me, yeah, you have anything, you're pissed the way the conversation go, you have any problem with the conversation and whatnot, you can absolutely say. You have anything to add? Oh, MK said the part of the the distribution part. I mean, Matt was trying to argue, yeah, that the distribution of the distribution process of XRP was fair, which is just like, I've never seen anybody, even from the XRP camp, try to like wiggle around such a point. But then he did try, which was strange, right? I found it a bit disingenuous. you know, but he did try it. I just I don't know why he did try that, because like he had some other like really good points. I mean, what's more fair than anyone can take any amount that. Now I'll tell you why there's a problem. If I said that I want to create an openly distributed token, yeah, and I said that, okay, you know what's gonna happen. I'm not gonna tell him, but I'm just gonna post it somewhere that's like pseudo public, like my website that literally nobody watches, and just post it somewhere where there's very low traction, like the Bitcoin forums back then. And before anybody had access to seeing any of it, I go claim, let's say, 80% of it. Then is that fair distribution? And that's why the better distribution method is the progressive distribution of mining. The progressive distribution of mining is the fairest method of distribution. Of course, it was what, $0. Yes, and that's the point, right? At that point, they know what they were trying to do. I mean, Bitcoin was already getting some sort of value already. So yeah, of course, that doesn't change anything. It really doesn't change anything. As long as it wasn't distributed fairly, even if it was what, $0 at that time, it still plays to it's tokenomics right now. Still plays to how and it sort of like destroys the mimetic. I'm just saying, yeah, but like that's why Litecoin is very special, because not only did Charlie Lee post it, he literally did a community vote. There was literally a community vote on when everyone should start mining. They literally set a date and time from for when mining was going to start. That's what makes Charlie Lee, Litecoin founder, special, because everybody literally knew when the mining was going to start. It was fair from the start. Everybody had equal chances. So yeah, that's different. So once you create that sort of community engagement and everyone's like talking, that's why you allow it to be mining where people can come and join people. I mean, someone who was a day later to start mining, you're not gonna lose significantly. Like the person who started mining the day before you is not gonna get way too significantly more Litecoins than you're gonna get, and that's just the truth of the matter, right? As opposed to someone who was just 10 minutes late to the announcement of the XRP, coin availability or coin distribution. If you're 10 minutes late, you lost it all. But if you were literally a day late, you still mined a whole lot of Litecoin. If you're even a week late, you still mine a whole lot of Litecoin. If you're even a month late, you still mined a whole lot of Litecoin. It's not even close. Like there's nobody that should even in good faith try to argue XRP from a point of fair distribution. We could talk about a lot of other things, but not fair distribution, for God's sake. Almost 7 months for the exact date and time. Hey, Jiggler, do you want to come on stage? You want to come join? Do you want to come? Let's talk about this. Yeah. If you have another, hey, I'm open to learning. That's the thing about me. Yeah. I'm a Litecoin supporter, but I'm open to learning. If I see something that actually proves that XRP, was, there was a fair opportunity given for people to be able to get this XRP, then I'm not gonna pretend like that's not the case, right? Admitting that that's the case, if there's an evidence to back it, does not take away from my love for Litecoin. So I guess So show me where it was announced. Okay, show me where it was announced. I want to see the announcement. I want to know what significance that announcement, what significance that announcement had towards the distribution process. I want to see all that. Just give me a link, right? That's the thing I don't like about like some of these things is like trying to show me the link, brother. That's the thing. Like, okay, let's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the most brain dead, sort of like research. We're just gonna ask Grok. Okay, we're gonna do research the Gen Z style. We're gonna ask Grok. So let's just Grok. Yeah, how many people got XRP? So you you can imagine that you know oh my god, Repo Labs, the company, got 80%. The founders got 20%, and that was come on, man. This is an absolute joke. This is literally an absolute joke. This is literally an absolute joke. Yeah. Fair distribution. And Repo Labs, the company, got 80%, founders got 20%. This is an absolute joke. This is an absolute joke. I don't even want to hear any of it because I knew they got like about 99%, and he said it was 80%. Look at that. That's such a deceptive point from from Matt. I don't appreciate seeing that now. That was a very deceptive point from Matt because Matt kept saying it was 80-20, but it's 80% Repo the company, 20% the founders. So it's pretty much 100% the entire Repo related people. Now I did not really. Honestly, the most surprising part of the whole conversation was the fair distribution. XRP Army, if you're on XRP Army, welcome to the conversation. You can drop something in the chat. We can actually, we could talk. Honestly, that's the same. I really thought the 20% was for the people as well. I'm not very happy with Matt knowing that. I'm not very happy with Matt knowing that, honestly. Like that's very deceptive. I feel like the whole thesis of Matt, in this conversation was like, you know, uh sort of like bury a lot of things in my personal incredulity. Because of course, I've not been in this space very long. Yeah, I'm just learning this whole thing over the past like 5 years. I've been learning it. So like I'm not very well versed with a lot of things. And I feel like that was the point of considering the fact that I'm saying this point, it just feels like he was just trying to bury a lot of things in my personal incredulity. Cause like that's so, and that's such a bad faith way of arguing, man. You just like it's just sophistry when you just argue for the point of arguing, not to arrive at any objective, reasonable truth. That's sophistry. I'm not really, I'm not really happy to see that. 80% went to Repo Labs, the company, and 20% went to the founders. What absolute shithousery is that? What absolute shithousery is that? I really thought the 20% was for like people, yeah. But it's literally 100%. 100% of it that got in the hands of the insiders. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, that's absolutely insane. I can't even believe it. I'm not gonna find Jiggler's link. If he wants to post the link, he should post the link. I'll be ending the stream in about 5 minutes. That should be 4 hours and 30 minutes. They gave it away afterwards, in case you missed, in Jan 2013. They gave how many percent of it away? That's the thing. How many percent of it did they give away? They Ripple Labs took 80%. The founders, Jed McCaleb, Chris Larson, and Arthur Brito took 20%, and the beta testers and developers took, they gave away 13 million XRP, which is 0.0013 XRP percent of the XRP supply. That's what they gave away to beta testers. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? They gave away a little. What, like they? What are you talking about? Hey, bro, like y'all don't. Hey, don't get me all riled up, man. Don't get me all riled up. What you mean? What you mean? They gave 80? Oh my God! Like I really did, and I said that they took everything. He kept insisting that it was 80-20. Because I know they took everything. That's such a bad faith argument, bro. I'm not really a fan of that. Such a bad faith argument. The thing is, the XRP crowd just came here to see somebody get owned, and that's the thing. It's like a little show for them. They want to see someone get owned, and it's unfortunate for them that didn't happen. Yeah, no matter how they try to push for that, and it's something that I wasn't even trying to own him or anything. I just wanted to have a conversation, right? My hope for it was I wanted to just talk about how how the fundamental properties of like Litecoin, Bitcoin, these other monetary networks actually show categorize them, can actually be used in categorizing them as money with regards to how they were distributed and all that, while that of Ripple makes it not to be categorized as money. And I just really wanted him to sort of like create this new categorization for how we can value XRP, Ripple, and that didn't happen. Since where's the evidence? How closed-minded I am? What are you talking about? How closed-minded I am? That's the thing I don't like about this debate. A lot of y'all are just way too freaking childish. Y'all think like children. Y'all just throw talking points around. I literally was here making no assertions. Even when I could make assertions, I was still trying to be generally reasonable and make no assertions. Yeah. Talking about XRP being decentralized, yeah, the fact that like XRP has the fact that XRP has 150 nodes, that could easily be faked. That can easily be faked. Yeah. But still, I didn't assume or assert that it was faked. I'm like, okay, cool. If that's real, fine. That's kudos to XRP for trying to be a bit more decentralized. But I believe that there's a probability that it can be fake. And he said there's no incentive for them to fake it since there's no since there's no financial incentive. I'm like, I mean, if they fake it, they're gonna end up gaining the fact that people are gonna call them more decentralized, which is an incentive. But still, I did not say okay, absolute 100%. I'm sure it's in fact faked validator decentralization. I still was open-minded to the fact that it might just be real. The entire distribution process was centralized already. I've already proven that, right? They took 100% of everything. That's from the beginning, not giving anyone the chance to get anything. That's already centralized. The second part is that I don't know if they can freeze XRP. I saw an article about OP return that they're probably exploring how they can return XRP and block certain transactions. But like he said that those only have those actually only apply to tokens on the XRPL network, so like not really the XRPs themselves. I just didn't want to push for an argument there, so I'm like, okay, fine. Yeah. But yeah, 150 validators for $200 billion asset when Litecoin has about 1,000 at $8 billion. I mean, come on, man. That's 150 is just can easily be faked, right? Is there can Ripple theoretically fake that? Yes, I think they can. Are they? I don't have any evidence for it. Where's the BTC talk forum? I think I'm just gonna go review it after this. Like I said, I'm pretty open minded. I'm gonna check the BTC talk forum that you're talking about. I'm gonna check it out at the end of the day. Okay, I'm gonna check it out. That's it. I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check out the Bitcoin BTC talk forum. Okay. Is there any other objections that anybody in the XRP community wants to bring, or is there any other thing you want to talk about? I should have ended the stream about a minute ago, but I'm just gonna keep rolling if I'm gonna get questions. I'm a little exhausted right now. That's who accepts XRP as payments. I don't really see XRP being included. I mean, when you see the PayPal's, all this, Cash Apps, all of them, I don't see them ever accepting XRP. It's always Bitcoin, Litecoin, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, and Bitcoin Cash. It's always there, But somehow it says Bitcoin, XRP is doing about 1 million transactions. Oh my God! In about 1 minute, I will be ending the live stream. I am already very exhausted. Oh my God! This is definitely not the energy I started this with. Yeah. Is there any other thing anybody has to say? Is there any other thing anybody wants to say? Anybody from the XRP community, you have anything to say? I'm just gonna entertain some conversations, some comments, some questions. Oh boy. All right, guys, that is a wrap for the Altcoin Season Tour episode 3. I'm really happy that I had the debate, the conversations, and all of that. I'm very happy that it went well, at least in my opinion. And really appreciate Mr. Matt for coming over, for us having a cordial conversation. That's the point of the Altcoin Season Tour, is always to promote conversations like this, conversations that actually break down the barriers between each altcoin community. And of course, most people are still going to end up being militant, and no one's going to look at the other person's side of the equation. No one's going to try to listen to the other person, but however, there's still going to be some few people that are going to be able to see through the veneers of both sides, right? We're going to be able to escape this echo chamber thanks to these shows, and that's the point of it. And so I am your favorite Litecoiner, or maybe least favorite Litecoiner, but at the end of the day, this has been a wonderful stream. I'm very exhausted. And with that, we're going to call it a wrap. See you guys later. Oh.
Altcoin bag holders, my name is Raphael Yeager. I am addressing my fellow altcoin bag holders directly using the powers of the founding altcoin, Litecoin itself. All the fraud imposed upon us by maxis are crumbling to the ground, and our legion of altcoins have begun their march. My only goal is to destroy the indoctrination of Bitcoin maximalism once and for all. Right now, dogmatic maximalists are united in their desire to annihilate all our alts, reduce our network to dust. They won't stop when we're broke. They won't be satisfied until every coin besides Bitcoin is seen as worthless forever. I reject that wish. Each one of you will become a titan in joining me as we make every single Bitcoin delusion they've imposed disappear without a trace, and the Bitcoin dominance reduced till it becomes single.